Firstly, welcome to come. Excited. Firstly, welcome everybody for coming today. It's the second day of our event with Cormac, and yesterday was a huge success. We had loads of social media, lots of tweeting, and people watching online streaming. So that's the first reality. Really excited today with the programme. We've got lots of things to get through. Key things are we're going to start to think about what Cormac was saying yesterday. For those of you who weren't able to attend, I hope you have time to read the blogs that Cormac sent around, because that should help you to get into the thinking and framework that we're looking at our community in, which is a massive space of focus. I'll let Cormac tell you a little bit more of that, and just make that speak up a little bit. I'm not going to talk too long today, but just to say, if you can tweet, and you are tweeting, we join in the conversation online. So today, we're going to talk briefly about what we can do in the community, and then we're going to hear from Dan Thorpe from the Met Police. Dan, we can talk about Met Police, London, and community psychosis, and then we can talk to Jacqui Dillon from the Voices Network. Jacqui's going to set us a really big challenge, which is going to ask us to think about hearing voices in a very different way. And so we're going to work throughout the day to apply some of the thinking from yesterday, some of the thinking from today, to creatively have some mad ideas, some radical ideas about how we can get those around differently. And to help us do that, we've got Alistair from Premium World, and he's going to help us to think differently by opening up our minds to creative thinking. So with that, I'm going to pass over to it's Cormac, isn't it? Here you go.
Thanks, Jane. Good morning and welcome to those who are joining us for the first time today. How many people are with us for today who weren't there yesterday? You're all warmly welcome. It's great that you're here. So what I'm going to try to do is first of all catch you all up, but also then to reach out to those who were here yesterday by saying what I said a little bit differently, just punctuate points. So the essence of what I was saying yesterday, which is very much let's focus on the half full, not the half empty part of the glass in summary, can be explained, I think, by a couple of different stories. So I'm going to try and go into this in a few different ways. That's the first part of the presentation this morning. The second part of what I want to do is to talk about what I call the Monday morning question. So what do I do on Monday morning to make this work? Now, I started that yesterday by talking about some of what Coyne have been doing for the last 4 years to make this real. But I'm going to go into a little bit more detail, or at least some more examples. And the idea here is that there is no right or wrong way. There isn't a set of steps that you follow. This is very much about a perspective. So if you hear people calling A, B, C, D a model, you're probably getting a good indication they don't know what they're talking about. Because it's a perspective. It's a way of doing things. Most people who talk about models have something to sell, right? And actually this is about living life out, not completely outside of the marketplace, but being very intentional that our good life is not found in the marketplace, it's found in community. So I just wanted to start with a couple of observations, a couple of stories. And the first story is actually about a neighbour of mine back in Dublin. So we moved over as a family to Cheltenham Spa back in August, which is Gloucestershire, for a year. And we're moving back again to our neighbourhood in Dublin in around about 8 weeks' time. Well, one of our neighbours is a lady who moved in with her husband back in 1955 to the street that we live in, which is called Bird Avenue, a very, very long street in Dublin. And she moved in at a time in 1955 as a young woman, started her family, and was part of, a central part of the community. And how she would experience the community in 55 and 65 and 75, probably even 85, was a place where children played on the streets, there was a lot of traffic and whatnot, but children still played on the streets. And she probably would have experienced a connectivity to her neighbors. It would have been perfect. It would have been a lot of knots, but she would have experienced a connectivity to her neighbors that was steadily declining from about 1990 onwards in her lived experience. Her husband had died by that time. A lot of her kids had gone on to wherever they had gone on to, college, jobs, etc. They had left the neighborhood. So that gives you a little bit of a backstory to what I'm about to say. So one day, I'm standing outside in our front garden in the city and doing a little bit of gardening, which is kind of a little bit unusual for me. But I'm standing out in the front garden and Mrs. Barron passes, and she doesn't recognize me. Again, to an extent, that's not a surprise because I've traveled quite a lot, so I'm thinking, okay, maybe she just kind of disoriented. So we're having this conversation where it's really, really clear she cannot remember my name. And she's being extraordinarily friendly, she's having a conversation, but near the end of the conversation, she says to me, "So, when did you move in?" Now, we're in that neighborhood a long, long time. So I go back in to my wife and I tell her the story. Mrs. Byrne stopped to have the conversation, and then she went on to the local shops, which are on the corner, no more than maybe an eighth of a mile away from my front wall, you see. So I go in, I tell my wife what's happened, and she said, "Well, this is not surprising." And she said, "You have to remember that people don't remember except in community." So you go that way. You're starting to sound like me now. And she said, "Well, I bet you she'll be coming back to the shops in a few minutes. I bet you if you bring the kids out, she'll remember you." So instinctively, my wife doesn't have a background in this field at all, but instinctively she understands something about memory. That if you remember because community somehow has also remembered, in a different kind of way. In other words, they connected with each other. So out came the kids, and she spotted Isaac, our now 5-year-old, and remembered Isaac, and started having a conversation which was in context and relevant to the fact that we'd been in the neighborhood for 20 years. And then she looked up at me, and she remembered my name. And it really, really struck me, because we're talking about mental health, that that's a perfect empirical evidence base in my life that tells me that mental health is not an individual affair. That actually there's something simple that I could do at that moment, which helped Mrs. Barr connect with me and with her community. But it also reminded me of something which made me a bit, I suppose, sad about the state of the world we live in. It reminded me that all of the memory cues which would have been so much part of her lived experience, like the kids playing in the street, the number of people who would have spent time in their front gardens, all those kinds of things are eroding. And that is almost stating the obvious to such an extent that we miss it. Because I don't think we actually attend to that stuff at all. It's too small. It seems too useless. It seems too non-strategic. It seems too irrelevant to matter. But actually, in terms of wellness, it matters profoundly. And unless we can get serious about that, which is to say, unless we can get serious about building community and addressing the root cause of an awful lot, not just of challenges with mental health, but public safety challenges, social care challenges, health challenges generally. And that root cause, of course, is social fragmentation. Unless we can get serious about addressing the root causes, we're not actually going to solve the symptoms of it. So a lot of what we talked about yesterday, for those who weren't here, was how we could do that. And a couple of things that we observed is that if you want to actually support communities to start connecting again, what you actually got to start doing is working in communities. If most of what we do is behind screens, or about funding applications, or is in a therapeutic or clinical environment, and isn't actually present in lived neighbourhoods, well then how would we possibly expect to have any impact in lived neighbourhoods? So I think that was one of the first things that we said. We need to figure out how we can shift some, if not a significant amount, of our focus away from targeted demographic groups, labelled people, like the people with mental health issues, or the people with disabilities, or the older people, or the younger people, and actually start realizing that these people are not our subject matter. You know, we're continually confusing the needs of people with our service categories. We talked yesterday about the fact that it's curious that nearly every needs analysis that's done concludes that what people with the analysis need are the services for those who are analysing them. So we suggested that the only thing that needs analysis is needs analysis. What if instead we got into neighbourhoods and started paying attention to what social capital was there already? Put it simple, let's get rid of the jargon. If we paid attention to really creating the connections between Mrs. Barron, my children, and me, and finding some way, not alone we can make that happen by accident, but we can actually make it happen more regularly in a more enduring way, and generate it not from an outside expert coming in telling us we should do this as a neighbourhood, but generated from inside out. In other words, we got curious yesterday about how you can create a total place transformation. That's about people figuring out how they can get connected, how they can get remembered. And in a sense, I think that's important because a lot of what we're talking about is people who've been pushed to the edge of their communities, of their neighborhoods. Now, some might argue they helped that journey themselves by what they did, but let's not get into that today. One of the things that's really important, I think, and came out of yesterday's discussion, at least in an early kind of way, is that this idea of welcoming the stranger at the edge, welcoming somebody who's got a neighbour into community life, is not about an act of charity. It's not about saying, let's welcome all these poor individuals with all these awful problems, all these religions. It's about saying that when we lift the label off and see the gifts of that individual, that actually we can't do without their gifts. I just want to talk about this because I think it's really important to put the page here. So about 20 years ago, in the US, I mean similar studies have been done elsewhere, but in the US, several hundred people who were labeled as having intellectual disabilities of one kind or another were interviewed, for want of a better way to describe it. And they were asked a really simple question. The question was, who's in your life? Right? Really simple question. 20 years ago. And what they said was broadly this. So in my life, we'll just put the person here at the center, just for ease of explanation. So in my life, someone said, there's some kind of family. Now, the relationships may be tricky, not everything might be working well, but there's some kind of family. Even if I'm fighting with them, right, they're there somewhere in my life, right? But that's about the smallest group in my life. So when I think about all the people in my life, the smallest group is my family, you know, relationship-based friendships. The biggest group by a country mile are other people with the same labels as me. Okay? The next group, which is bigger by family, but not quite as big as this group, are professionals. Now, they said something really interesting about professionals. I'm not beating up on professionals here. This is what they said. They said that our relationship with professionals is a bit different to the relationship with people who don't have labels have with professionals. Because people, like, for example, I don't have a relationship with my father, you could say, but I do in a way, it's an economic relationship. And I can hire him or fire him or go elsewhere. I've got control, I've got choice. What they said is these people, they're not in our lives by choice, and we have absolutely no control over them. And sometimes, rather scary, They don't have a lot of control over themselves either, right? So what about people who aren't in your family, don't have the same labels as you, and aren't paid to care for you? How many relationships do you have with folk like that? And the answer was hardly any. Now, if you want to know what the central challenge to the mental health question is, what's the challenge? What do you think? 20 years on, right? We've had person-centered planning. We've changed an awful lot of our practices. We've deinstitutionalized people with, varying labels around disability. So let's go back, they thought in the States. Let's talk to these people 20 years on who've been the beneficiaries of a much better style of care, who essentially have experienced deinstitutionalization. And let's ask them the same question again. By the way, 20 years ago, on average, people who have been interviewed at least, with learning disabilities had 51 people in their lives. And not a single one of them were people that weren't paid, didn't have labels, or weren't in their family. In other words, and a simple way of saying this is, they had no community connections. Now, I would argue that if we were doing a good job over the 20-year period, when we go back, we find, number one, there'll be more than 51 people in their lives, and number two, there'll be a lot more people again. Well, guess what they discovered 20 years later? They did this research quite recently. You see where this is going, can't you? Not a change. Still around 51 people in these people's lives, still in this category, and hardly anybody here. And in fact, what was really interesting is quite a lot of these groups spent a lot of time, subconsciously or otherwise, sabotaging any possible relationships that could happen here. Oh, these people never could happen. Sending them out into the community so they can have relationships. Somebody once said to me, community is a bit like chocolate fudge. Mostly sweet, but far too many nuts to be dealing with. You'll forgive the metaphor, but you know what I'm saying. Most people that I know in the professional world that they work with so-called vulnerable people are not very convinced of their capacity or the capacity of communities to be in relationship with each other. They do not consider this to be a reliable proposition. And so not alone are they not sure about how to create these relationships, but often they actively sabotage these relationships. And that's not just professionals. Often people who are labeled create their own communities, peer groups, which say, actually, for you to be in my community, I need you to be safe. Horrendous thought that somehow that being in a place where I'm not safe will actually demold me in terms of community. So they often sabotage. And often families do the same thing as well. Okay, it's good that you're here. If you want to speak, right? I'm serious. So So the point that I'm making is simply this. When it comes to an asset-based way of working, what we really want to try to figure out is not how we can do family support, though it's important. Actually, I think it's pretty well looked after, though it may be that. Not about creating peer groups, though I think that's important work, but it's not asset-based work. Not about trying to make the person as an individual feel better about themselves, which is about strength-based practice, and again, it's important. Nor even about getting the professionals to change the system they work in. All of those things are different to asset-based working. They're not less important, they're just different. Asset-based working is essentially concerned about this space here.
How do we support people to define their own good life and then figure out how the gifts that they have to offer and receive can actually be in relationship with community? That's the question. Now, to my mind, that is the most ignored and the most radical question you could ask. We'll hear shortly about hearing voices. These are the voices that we hardly ever hear. And these are the voices that make us manually run too far in that way. So we become too far from that encouragement. And what we need to find is a way back into that space, a way back into it. That's why the invitation that James said is, what's your mind? It's being paper. It's taking back words that have come to mean something and yet be meaningless at the same time. So that's what we were talking about yesterday, and hopefully that's a reasonable catch-up. We also said the only way that you can really get into that space is to start believing that it's a space worth getting into. And most of what stops us getting into that space is we don't see it as a place of abundance. And what I mean by abundance is that no matter how many people use what is abundant, it never gets used up. So friendship, mutuality, playfulness, creativity, imagination, liberty, reckless acts of community building. No matter how many times you do them, you use them, they never get used up. In fact, they do exactly the reverse. They grow. So every time you give it away, it gets bigger. That's the function of community. And that's the difference between a commodity and a gift. That's why what makes us well and what makes us better as human beings is gift exchange. There are cultures, and you know many of them, but the Kachilach tradition of the North American Indians is a wonderful tradition, where they resolve conflict not by fighting with each other, but by out-gifting each other. So beginning to try and think about this space is exactly what we started to do yesterday. And we, I think, acknowledge in our conversation that most of what we do to look at, the question mark space, is we do what's called needs analysis. In other words, we look at the scarcity. What in that space requires my service? I'm a police officer. So what in that space requires me to do some kind of enforcement or some kind of neighborhood policing? Or I'm a mental health nurse. So what in that space is pathological, requires my intervention? Or I'm a social worker. So what in that space constitutes a troubled family, so I can come in and do something about that? So we are compulsive problem solvers. And I often say that organizations will always ensure that the problems they believe they're the solutions to prevail. That's the way organizations have been set up. We are set up to ensure that we continue. And the best way to ensure that we continue as organizations is to make sure that the thing that feeds us, which is people's needs, prevail. So we need people's needs, often much more than they need our services. So the invitation yesterday was to start saying, well, what would happen if instead of compulsively seeking out people's needs, we invited people into a different conversation, which was a conversation about their gifts and the gifts of their neighbors and the possibilities that exist at neighborhood level. In other words, if we shifted the conversation from tell us what's wrong with you, to tell us what's strong within and around you. And tell us how we can serve that, how we can connect that, how we can mobilize that into productive action. And what's really interesting is, actually everything that I've ever heard in my life, people who are labeled, pretty much everybody in society, but some people more so than others, everything I've heard them say backs up what I've just said, in terms of the question that I typically ask, which is not what do you need, which is code for I've got a kit bag of services, choose the one that fits you. But when I ask the question, what does a good life look like for you? Or what does a good day look like for you? Let's get right down to brass tacks. What people say in very clear terms is that actually we've got circles of connection in our lives. All of us. Because this isn't about them and us. It's about us. And it's about our well-being. You know, it's not about the professional classes figuring out how the uncredentialed classes can do it well. It's about us talking about our wellness together. And I think every single human being will say that I've got a circle of intimacy, so it could be that I have a partner or a family network. As I said earlier on, there could be knocks, there could be problems, but that's one of my circles that gives me some kind of anchor in life and gives me some kind of a sense of who I am. Right? It's a launching pad, if you like. Not always perfect, often very, very much not perfect at all, but it is what it is. And then we've got a circle, which I call the circle of friendship. So beyond family and significant others, friends, you know. And you kind of get the distinction. There's often an overlaying or an overlapping of the circle. But broadly speaking, people get the distinction between friends and family. Okay? And then when you get further on out of it, you've got what I call the circle of participation or civic life, where people are involved in choir groups or various associations. And we were talking about some of this yesterday, weren't we? The importance of association. Because association is the informal space where people's individual gifts get brought together and they get amplified and multiplied. It's the space of consent. I mean, many of us in this room go to work on a daily basis. We know that in that space, we're not free to do a lot of things. Right? The structure that we exist within is a triangle, and it's designed specifically so few can control the many. It's called being strategic. Right? That way we get standardized, predictable services, and then we can fuse that, we call it quality. So by being impersonal and giving everybody exactly the same thing as everybody else, we're being equal. When did that happen? You know, one day in the 70s, I kind of thought being personal, being in a relationship with people, figuring out what they really need from me and I from them, was being equal. And then I discovered somewhere along the line that standardization, you know, which is used as a model to produce 4 cars, is pretty much in the public sector and third sector, and we're calling it equality now. Really? I missed that one. And then in around about the 80s, equality started to mean and totally get defined by what people's right to receive was. So as long as I was a happy consumer, then I had some experience of equality. But the right to be productive, to be a producer, to actually create my own future with the people that I wanted to be with, as opposed to receive standardized services under the banner of equality, somehow didn't get discussed in democratic terms. It just got delivered. Because it became a service. It became a product that I consumed, rather than a condition that I lived. And I think that's one of the really big challenges, that mental health is not a product we consume. It's not a service. That's what our institutions do. Our institutions produce services. Community co-creates wellness. So the institutions that we work with can never produce wellness because it's not a product to be consumed or produced. It's created within community life. It's the stuff of abundance, not the stuff of scarcity. We use our institutions to manage scarcity. We grow our communities so that we can cultivate abundance. That's the space of wellness. That's the space of mental health. And our job in the institutional world is to serve that. Yet, so often, what we find is, when we speak with people who have labels, they say they have hardly any connection at all in the world of associational life. Now, my call to action today is let's do something about that. We're doing a lot, maybe not enough, around family support. And we're doing stuff around friendship networks, but stuff that's pretty dodgy. Right? Like peer support groups, which are acting as a proxy to friendship. But let's just call them peer support groups, and let's stop calling them friendship or befriending schemes. Because it confuses people. It's doing exactly what Facebook did. You know, people start getting confused between the difference of an acquaintance and a friend. You know, a girlfriend that I dated 13 years ago is very different than my wife now, for obvious reasons. I'm being sleeved here, so, I'm genuine about that. But, those distinctions aren't so clear anymore in the digitized world. Somebody asked me recently, they were really young and sparky and very intelligent. They were saying, I know a lot of what you're saying, but you don't think it's a bit organic? And I said, what do you mean? And he said, well, I think we're in a new age now. It's obviously, I was being quite old and trusting what I was saying. So I think that actually the world of the future is going to be, it's going to be online. People are going to connect online. Would you agree? And I said, well, I virtually agree.
Yeah.
So, you see, I think the online community and the professional community and the technological community and the techniques that we use should be in service of the creativity of the individuals and their community, creating awareness in their place. So this is essentially what we need to pay attention to. Of course, what we have been paying attention to, pretty much almost exclusively, is this outer circle. And that's the circle where I'm a consumer of services or a producer of goods and services. So many of the circles of participation that are, if you like, defining the lives of the people we serve are hollowed out. Their family relationships are tricky. Their friendships are almost non-existent, or they're counterfeit. And they have hardly any relationships in civic or associational life. But go out to the space where they're a consumer, and they've got more relationships than you can shake a stick at. They have no control over those relationships, and they have very little choice over those relationships, because they don't have the income to buy or trade those relationships. They have to accept them as a passive, supplement consumer. The word client, by the way, comes from a Greek derivative, which means to be on your back and powerless. That's its original meaning. Its closest translation in English is pauper. So let's get honest here about what is actually poverty. A lot of what we're talking about when we talk about mental health is fundamentally a political narrative. It's about power and it's about social justice. And I think centrally important is we need to figure out if we're going to decommission some of this space, if we're going to reduce some of service line so that we can increase more associational life, not because we want to, just for the fun, but because it's the only way we can expand wellness, then we need to have some tough conversations. What are we not going to commission anymore? What are we not going to do going forward? How in our own professional practice are we going to change? So fundamentally, I think a lot of what we were saying yesterday is summed up as follows. The journey to wellness, including mental health, is fundamentally about reducing dependency on institutional life, while at the same time increasing interdependency in community life. Our observation yesterday is we've done a lot of good work on the reducing dependency, but more to be done. We've done hardly anything on increasing interdependency. What's exciting about yesterday for those who are here is the level of energy and excitement and authentic, I think, commitment to do something about that space. But if that's what you're drawn towards, then I could say, broadly speaking, you're thinking in a massive way. That helpful? How am I doing on time? Because I've got your watch this morning. So I want to talk about some of the practices. What am I doing? Oh, is it? Okay. So, and I have until 11:30. That's fine. And I won't put in any time, so about 25 minutes here. I want to talk a little bit, please, about the practicalities of this. How we can actually support people who feel that they have no friendships, very tricky relationships with their family, and hardly any relationships at all in associational life. Yesterday we talked a lot about the importance of focusing on place, because place is where everything comes together. And this is counter-cultural in the institutional world, particularly around mental health and disability. We don't tend to think about place at all. We tend to think about the individual that we're providing service to. So it's one of the first big leaps of faith, but it's absolutely essential if we want to get the kind of change that we're serious about. Now, some of that actually means, I think, having a conversation with folks in other silos, having a conversation with the police, having a conversation with the third sector, having a conversation with faith communities, having a conversation with people in health and social care and housing, and saying, why is it at the moment that we're spending little pieces of, slim pickings in terms of money, paying people to do community engagement work? So we've all got one kind or another versions of the community engagement officer, who, by the way, isn't really engaging the community on their terms. What they're trying to do is volunteers for their programs. Okay? If we're being honest, that's what community engagement is. If we were doing community building, we wouldn't have an agenda. We'd actually go in and find out what people care about enough to act on themselves to help their organize. And it might actually be nothing at all have to do with mental health. So we're not honestly actually trying to engage people around what they care about. We're trying to get them to engage about what we care about. And guess what? The feedback is they're not all that into us, right? They don't use the language we use, and often they don't care about things in the way that we imagine or we hope or we want them to. Doesn't mean they don't care. In every single neighborhood, every single person cares about something enough to act upon it. The problem is we're not asking people what they care about enough to act upon it. We're asking them what their opinions of our services are. It's called consultation. So we're missing tricks all over the place. And then what do? We add insult to injury by concluding these people, they're just academic. We don't engage. So what we need to do, I think, is we need to, a bit like the duck hunter, I'm not in any way supportive of duck hunting, but it's a good method. But a duck hunter, work his or her grain of salt, understands that there are many different breeds of duck. So you need to have many different duck calls. I think an awful lot of our problem, I just want to talk a little bit about how we can engage in a different way. A lot of our problem when it comes to engagement is we're trying to engage community before we build community. So we end up, encountering people whose mouths are bigger than constituencies. So we're blowing a certain kind of whistle that attracts a certain kind of person. And we just keep blowing all the time. One of the challenges, I really believe, is finding out what are all the different duck calls, all the different breeds of ducks that are out there. Some people will come out, and they'll come out because there's an opportunity to be involved in an incredible edible project. Other people will come out because they're passionate about dog walking. Other people will get engaged on the basis of, walking in their neighborhoods. There's a million different ways that people will become engaged in community life, and all of them enhance mental wellness and physical health. All of them, without exception. They create more oversight in terms of the safety of the place. They create more connection, but they will not get engaged if all we're doing is blowing their come to my meeting about mental health. Because number one, 85% of people in the UK do not engage because 85% of people in the UK don't like meetings. They're I think it's a pretty normal behavior actually. Do you like meetings? No. So most people, are kind of walking around saying, well, why don't I go to a meeting if I can go to a party or stay at home with my friends or my family? And I think that's a pretty plausible position to hold. Particularly when you go to some of these meetings and one or two people speak and everybody else is waits to either get an angle in or is completely silence. Or else you have a scenario where you do go to these meetings and you try to contribute because you want to be a good neighbor, and then you get sentenced to meetings for the rest of your life. So what are the other duck calls or the other duck whistles? What are the things that people will get engaged in but not on our terms? How could we create a scenario whereby in every single neighborhood in this part of London, people who come together and do stuff that they want to do? and their terms? Well, one of the ways that we talked about yesterday was putting a community leader in every neighborhood. And I don't mean a ward, I mean a neighborhood, right? Where people feel that they are in relationship with that place, they belong to that place. Who has no agenda. Their job isn't to advance mental health, or public health, or community safety. They don't have any agenda except to weave that community together. Do something about social fragmentation. Now, all of us in this room know that a central challenge to mental health and well-being is social fragmentation. But hardly any of us have been able to figure out how to get ourselves out of the way enough to reorganize what we do to do something about that. I have had so many conversations up and down this country, sidebar conversations with people where I said, why is it in the UK that I can never get any action around discussion about neighbourhood budgets? What's that all about? And I always get the same response. It's a very sensitive conversation. So it's a bit like I was saying yesterday, and people got a kick out of this yesterday when I said it, that partnership is the mutual suppression of loathing in pursuit of government funding. So it's not about actually figuring out how we can serve the public better. It's not actually about addressing social fragmentation. It is about servicing our institutional triangular priority within a silo. Oh, we're only interested in mental health. Well, here's the rub. If you're serious about mental health, one place I would start is with a focus on mental health. You can take that one to the bank, but they're running that. Because actually the core issue is the social fragmentation. And of course, if you do something about that, you can build some really, really interesting stuff around mental health that has genuine ownership of the people who are actually receiving. That's probably the biggest problem. If we're not actually doing something about social fragmentation, then all the stuff we do around co-design is only ever at best going together services and programs that are still doing nothing about social fragmentation. It's just everybody feels happier about it when you listen to it. Still missing the point, but at least we're hitting our targets. You get my point? So what we need to do is get clear about the root causes and do something about that. So having dog whistles that actually engage people saying, we want to hear from everybody, because regardless of whether you care about mental health or not, if you can get engaged in your neighborhood, you will be a co-creator of a village where mental health is general. So we want to try and create some of that. Now, this is a very different way of thinking about mental health. This takes us outside of the therapist's chair, it takes us outside of the programmatic world, and it takes us into another set of propositions. That doesn't mean the therapist's chair doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't mean that the programmatic world doesn't matter anymore. What I'm arguing for is not that we go the community way and ignore the institutional way. What I'm arguing for is proportionality. Currently, we are completely and utterly disproportionate in favor of the institutional and therapeutic world and the pharmacological world. And it is really, really corrosive to Indigenous living and community living. Because the more we grow that world, the more we are taking the abundance, the capacity, and the mutuality that exists in the community world. It's not that they exist separately. They're in relationship with each other. But what has started to happen around mental health is we've actually started, the triangle has eclipsed the circle. So that most people actually don't call themselves citizens or neighbors anymore. They call themselves professionals or service users or clients. Well, rise up. Because a citizen is not a client. They are not something. They're not on the list. They're the most powerful person at the center of democracy, and just because they're having a life experience that slaps some labels on them does not take that away. So let's have a conversation about citizenship. Let's talk about that. The other thing I wanted to mention, as well as the dog whistles, is just a couple of brief stories. So these are examples, if you like. So in Hodge Hill, in Birmingham, there's a vicar whose name is Al Barrett, most unusual vicar you'll ever come across. And he's got an idea. And the idea is that if he's going to be useful in the neighborhood that he lives in, he needs to focus not on trying to get bummers on a pew, right, in his church, or recruit people to his church, or convert people. He thinks that's all messed up. He thinks his job is to figure out, regardless of where people. And if he does that, he pretty much achieves what he wants anyway. Right? I think he's pretty switched on. So I just briefly give you some examples of what he's done, and then I'll give you a few examples of other places. I'm going to whistle through this really quick. So Al got really switched on by this idea of finding connectors, finding people in local neighborhoods who have good relationship with serial relationship with. But it was really tricky. You know, when you do this work, the problem is it isn't a science. You can't say, okay, I'm going to follow this linear path and I'm going to get this linear outcome. So there's no way that a commissioner, for example, would say to somebody trying to do this work, what outcomes are you going to have? The minute you do that, you'll kill a stone there, right? This is about processes, not about outcomes. You can't, as a commissioner, ask a community before they become a community to tell you what outcomes you're going to get. It doesn't make any sense. So he went out and he started trying to just figure out and be playful about how do I find these connectors. And one of the things he did which really lit my lamp, I thought this was, fantastically clever and really very, very useful also. He started asking people to talk about the unsung heroes in the neighborhood, because most people don't know what connectors or what ABCD is, So please don't go into neighborhoods saying, we're doing an ABCD program, we're looking for connectors, would you like to be one? Right? This is not a recruitment drive, okay? This is not about volunteers. And by the way, most young people today in the UK don't want to be called volunteers if they get engaged. They want to be recognized as citizens, as activists perhaps, or maybe just as good neighbors. So he went out and he started asking people, who are the people who were gluing this community together? Who are the unsung heroes? And he didn't get a huge response initially, but then he started getting people. And because he lives in the neighborhood, because he's got relationships, he was able to do things like around about 12 or 1 o'clock on a Saturday morning in the local chip shop, chiller, as we say in Dublin, he'd shut the door. Now, he'd tell the vendor what he was going to do, shut the door, and he'd say, right, to an audience of very well-oiled individuals waiting for their fish and chips or battered sausages or whatever they had ordered, if nobody is getting out of here until you tell me who are the people in this neighborhood that you know who are connecting and weaving this neighborhood together. Who are the unsung heroes? So he did all kinds of, playful, unusual things like that. And eventually, he and about 7 other people got the names of about 90 people in the neighborhood. Hot Chill is a neighborhood in Birmingham under the motorway, which a number of years ago appeared in the national press as an exemplar of broken rhythm. Well, boy, did that make local people angry. Right? As it should be. So they rose up. But it's really, really hard if you live in a neighborhood of 5,000 people, and that neighborhood has an established leadership of about 5 or 6 people who still haven't learned the skill of including the wider community. They just don't know how. It's not like that. So what Al did was he invited those 90 people to come to a celebration. And he said, you can bring your family and your neighbors. Bring the people that really matter to you in your life. We'll have a good visa. I think that's a really significant thing to do, by the way, is to actually say thank you. To be in gratitude for what people are doing. That's typically visible. Because it's an act of revelation. What it does is it puts them on the map. Most of our maps, as we said yesterday, do not have these people on it. And so we provide services with the assumption that they're just not there. That's where waste happens. Because what we're doing is not alone putting something in that doesn't need to be there, but we're also displacing and evaluating their effort. What they will eventually do is they'll stop doing it, because they think that's the work of professionals. See my point? So we're creating a counterproductive outcome. So it's not even neutral. But he he did that act of revelation. He took these people who were invisible and he made them visible. 90 people were their neighbours. And they had to do something. They had a celebration, they told stories. And of course, you can imagine there's nothing more compelling than somebody coming along to you and saying, Jane, 17 of your neighbours say that what you do in the neighbourhood really matters. And they were wondering, would you come to a party on Thursday? Will you not? Pretty irresistible stuff, isn't it? So hundreds of people came to the celebration, and they had a good celebration. But then Al did something really important as well. And I've kind of truncated the story, it's much more complex and nuanced. But he invited people to have a conversation at their respective tables. It wasn't like World Cafe or anything like that. Just have a conversation with each other. Like, what else would you love to do? I mean, we've heard all night stories about wonderful stories that we go out and do. We get to and celebrate. What else would you love to do if 3 or 4 of your neighbours on your street or the street behind you or helped you? This is a really important conversation, by the way. When we say to people, what would you love to do yourself in your neighbourhood? It's a bit scary. You kind of start looking inside yourself and kind of searching, what spot do I go to here? I'm not sure how to answer that. The most confident people will find the answer. But when you say to people, if 3 or 4 of your neighbours were willing to help you, what would you love to do? People dream in a different way. They go from the I dream to the we dream. It's local, it's close to their doorstep, it feels achievable. And if you're going to help me get connected with those 3 or 4 people, yeah, I'll take them. And the room went on fire, I'm told. All kinds of ideas were created. That would enhance well-being, that would enhance safety, that would give people more of a sense of their own self-importance, and also a sense of the neighbourhood and the vision for the neighbourhood that would propel them into the future. What really struck me about that story when I read it is this. I think it's a story not just about citizen-led or community-led planning, but it's a story about community-led action. Because every single one of those conversations were about what they would do in 2 days' time or 3 days' time, where they were going to meet, how many people would meet them, who else would be good for a favor they could ask on that street. And so people left that probably, feeling really good, but also very purposeful. And I tell you that story because to my mind, even though the techniques are kind of nice to pay attention to, what that story is about is not recruiting volunteers. What that story is not about finding one demographic or another. What that story is about is finding a way of weaving people together through action. Inviting them to act upon what they care about, rather than trying to recruit them to what we care about. Yesterday I said communities are like football matches. This is a quote from a very good friend of mine, a colleague of mine in Australia, Peter Kenyon. He says communities are like football matches, where you've got 22 people who easily do exercise doing all the work, and 3,000 people who mostly do exercise telling them what to do. And we were saying yesterday, the solution though isn't to get them playing football or to recruit them to be volunteers. The solution is to find out what makes their minds dance in their heads. And getting them connected with 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 other people, and then supporting that process to flourish. And tragically at the moment, we have hardly anybody in our neighborhoods who's doing that work. So when I come to events like this, my curiosity is always, will anybody step up and do something about that? Will anybody take that challenge on? Or have we become so ossified in the way we organize ourselves that that's just a space we can't go to? Now my hope for you is that you do figure out how to go there, because that is a game changer. That is absolutely a game changer. And I guarantee you, well beyond mythologies like austerity, if you can crack that one, change will endure. The other thought that I leave you with is that sometimes in community life, we need to be a little bit more intentional. So in Edmonton, in Canada, There are a number of neighborhoods where they're taking this to another level. They don't just have what they call connector organizers, which is effectively a community builder as I described it to you. But they're also inviting people at every single block level. They're really intentional about going and having conversations with their neighbors. So they're finding these connectors and they're asking them to be in active relationship for pretty much the rest of their time as residents of that neighborhood, and going and talking 20 or 30 households and blocks, not blocks, but individuals. And it's really interesting to me because, looking at the Edmonton story and some of the neighborhoods, what's actually starting to happen is they're having a very different conversation. The conversation they're having is really a conversation about what do you care about, but also what gifts are you prepared to give, what skills do you have, what things do you know, what would you like to teach today for free. And what they've managed to do, almost like a living time bank, but it's much more vibrant than a lot of the time banks I've seen in the UK, because it's place-based. A lot of the time banking in the UK is not place-based yet. And it's interesting, in a lot of the learning sites where we're working at neighborhood level, people are quite uncomfortable with using the time banking methodology. And mainly the reason that they say they're uncomfortable is because the idea of doing something for your neighbor and then asking for time credit for what you did is really uncomfortable to them. Whereas if they're part of a cluster that doesn't have a place-based relationship, it feels much easier because the time credit actually acts as a proxy for the place. So I think time banking is fantastic in that regard. And some people are using it, but what they're doing is they're getting rid of the time credits and they're just doing the exchange. So it's like they're creating a living time bank, a gift exchange is the way I would describe it. And that's really important because if you look at the history of our human condition, I did in school, I was told that before there was a money economy, there was barter. Were you told this? Right? Well, actually, all of the evidence says that's not true. That in fact, barter was only ever used to trade with a stranger or an enemy. But when we actually exchanged in communities, we didn't use barter or money, we used gift exchange. And that's why people are uncomfortable with time credits in places. They're much more comfortable with gift exchange. Well, I've done a favor for her, I'm sure she'll return it after. So in Edmonton, in the neighborhoods, what they've managed to do is figure out a way to actually remember that. And part is a very, very simple idea of using Google Docs. So every time somebody has a conversation with somebody else, they say, well, I can do this, or I can do that, or I can do the other, and happy to share it. It goes up on an asset inventory that everybody in the neighborhood can see. So Mary, living in number 42, is really good at making Irish dancing dresses, for example. Now, if you need an Irish dancing dress just at that time, now believe it or not, in some Canadian neighborhoods, Irish dancing is big. Costs a lot of money, by the way, to get one of these dresses. And if Mary can do this, now, by the way, at this moment, it doesn't say Mary has multiple and complex needs. So when you ask her, be very careful, right? It says that Mary can make Irish dancing dresses. She's good for a favor. And we've organized our neighborhood in such a way that we have a community builder and a connector who can connect you up with your interests. Now, at this point, often people go, why don't these chicks? Well, apparently in Canada, neighbors are still allowed to speak to each other without his permission. Right? And allegedly, it's true here too. So I'll finish on that thought with a bit of teasing. This is a good segue into that. Okay. But I think the thing that's really important to say here is just a simple phrase. There's no mechanical way to do this work. You've got to get to a place and start figuring out and building the relationships. And that's what happens. You figure it out, you follow your instincts, and you learn with people. But unless we start creating a new culture of practitioners who are not being crushed by targets and crushed by agendas and obliged to commit to outcomes that nobody right senses will commit to, then we're never going to get to this outcome. So we need to figure out a way of pulling the hegemony of the system back a little bit and expanding community space and community authority and freeing up wonderful practitioners who would do this kind of work in a heartbeat if they were just supported. Thank you.
Just lead on to the next part of the day, because I think it's important to spend all of yesterday and today really trying to think about things in a very different way, to look at the community in a very different lens. So now what we thought we'd try to do is to really do some sort of action learning around that, and take an issue that's quite complex, quite difficult, things that the system or the institution has some problems trying to resolve. So our next part of the day is really to hear from Dan and from Jacqui to look at the issue around psychosis. So this is part of the day we're going to be assessing the problem, and the rest of the day is going to be looking at how we in this room resolve it. We're going to hand over to Dan and let him lay the groundwork.
We'll start singing. Yeah. Well, it's really pleased that I've been invited to come along and got an opportunity to follow what we've just heard. But I suppose put it in context, I'm the mental health lead for the mental police, and that's quite hard as you can imagine. And I've got some real concerns actually. I'm really interested, which is one of the reasons why I'm here, to hear from you about what is policing role in mental health. So I'm going to fill some of those gaps for you about what that looks like right now. And I'm also going to give you some views of the myself about actually how do I think it is in a lot of these things. I think to set the scene, I'm going to talk a bit about this document here, which those of you that are familiar with it, it's a mental health crisis case called that, which I'm really passionate about. Because if everybody did what was said in that document, we'd be in a far better place, certainly in relation to policing and the policing responsibility and working in partnership. One of the first things I did when I came under responsible, and I'm not expecting to do that, is to support the crisis control that we set out 10 principles, 4 principles that we would do to support it as a minimum, not as everything that we would do, just as a minimum, because the system across London, which as you can appreciate, certainly in my role, I'm responsible for 32 boroughs in relation to mental health, not only those. But it's important for me that we have consistency. And how pleased was I when I put my big size 12s in the balls, the whole NHS London, and I said, right, how are we going to actually embed and make sure that these things become a reality? And then I got involved in a conversation, a really productive conversation, with some doctors in NHS London on the mental health side. So the way that we can influence this is through commissioning. Through influencing the way CCGs commission their services. And so I was very pleased when I was involved in some conversations and setting the mental health crisis commissioning guide, of which there are 12 areas. This is a public document that was launched on the 27th of October last year. If you Google it, it will come up. And I suppose if everything was done in this commissioning guide, it mirrors what's written in the control guide. A lot of the work in relation to pointing out clear, obvious principles that people do that is actually in there. So my question is, for NHS London now, is now we've set these commissioning guides, how are we going to make sure that they're actually functional? And that's the conversation that I'm having with a number of colleagues in the NHS. But that's a good bit of news. One of the big things through working through all this, and through working on a number of London boroughs in my career, involved in mental health, and I decided to apply it and become the lead, as one of the roles put in there reluctantly as well. But my experience on boroughs and now a strategic role, my concern around this: 24-hour access, 7 days a week, to mental health crisis care support. Now, one would argue, and I don't know, this varies from area to area. You may feel that is there out there already, but there are crisis lines out there able to respond. I'm just talking from a professional perspective. At 2 o'clock in the morning, I have officers that are pretty much going into doing their mental health crisis on their own. It's literally impossible. Now, that goes back to my question at the beginning. What role do you think police should have? It's a really interesting thing to ponder. If there is one thing, and I continue to get asked this, or I get asked this quite regularly, is okay, now, if there was one thing you could have from the NHS or from the services, what would it be? And it would always be this. Always. Access to 24 hours so that they need support. Even if that's an advice from a mental health professional on the phone. Okay, so let's, I'm conscious of time, so do get me on, because I can talk about this. I'm just going to set the scene for you. What does mental health and policing mean in relation to the role in London? Okay, so police, we respond to, on average, pretty much, and these are the calls that we know about that originate with a mental health treatment. We respond to about 200 calls in relation to people that we detain under Section 126 of the Mental Health Act, and I'll talk about that very briefly in a minute. When somebody is in need of immediate care and control, we use this power on average in 12 to 15 times a day in London, and that's going up. I estimate it's going up by about 28%. That's dramatic, isn't it? 28%. Going like that. What are we going to do to reduce that demand? What do we do to understand what that demand looks like? How many of those people are trying to access help? My estimation is that a huge number of them are people that are continually going through the system, if you like, and they've got an unmet need. And it's really unfortunate that police are then there as one of them, who only responding to emergency services 24 hours, 7 days a week. Responding to NHS mental health buildings for whatever reason, be it an allocation of time or other things, which I'm touching on here. Around a quarter of those 240 get paid are to NHS patients. A lot of that is with people that are in need of care, that have actually been retained under the Mental Health Act, but then managed to somehow escape out of mental health benefits. Last year, we looked at this in great detail. There were 200 people that reported listening to us each month in London. A quarter of those were people that had been taken under the Mental Health Act. The other half, another 100 of those people were given Section 17B. They didn't come back. That's again a huge amount. One thing I'm really passionate about, and I began this role in 2013, to look at where are we in relation to the police team that depend on that, actually end up in police now, because that's the last thing I need to do, or some other facility or care centre that can provide the care they need. Why are we putting ourselves in a position where they have to end up in do so? So in 2013, we looked at this in great detail. That was going to put around 70 to be changed in the mental health act. We thought there were no other facilities in London that were able to take. And that's bad, in my opinion. 87 people. We actually compare that to places like Sussex that have over 900 people throughout the state. You can compare London and demand, we're not doing too bad, and that's credit. The system that we have in place, but we can do better. So that's one of the things that I hope you can agree in 2014 has been reduced by around 75%. I think that is substantial movement in the right direction. And credit to those of you in NHS services that work with me and my team on boroughs to achieve that. But again, those 22 people, we can still do better than that. We should be eradicating it in London. I'm part of something called a Mental Health Partnership Board, which is quite a strategic meeting of NHS partners. And I've got goosebumps in my arms. So last year, I was present in a Mental Health Partnership Board meeting, and you're right, exactly what you're saying. I like things like this. I've got goosebumps in my arms when the partners turned around to me and said, you know what, we should make it an ambition that a 136 detention, somebody that is in mental health crisis should never end up in a police station. Really? That's brilliant. I never thought I'd hear that. But that's what we're working towards in London. Compared to other places in the UK, you're not that far from it. 136 of the Mental Health Act, a big power for us that we use when we deal with people in mental health crisis. I suppose the two ethical things that officers have a dilemma with is whether we take somebody voluntary to a service, if the support categories, or whether we have to determine the use of Section 136 of the Mental Health Act, which is the deserved power aspect of it. I suppose there's two opposing issues for this. It's in relation to the principles of least restriction, which is what mental health services is working for. And certainly from a policing point of view, we're not mental health professionals by any shape or form. We think around security in this space. Pretty balances. One of the key things that one of the key responsibilities with me is to work with professionals like colleagues of policing. Make sure that we are teaching and we certainly will start to teach some really strong advice and support and guidance and training for all frontline officers. I'll run through a very quick scenario. Police officers are out in patrol at 3-2 night. They come across an elderly deer, and the officers are quite satisfied that that elderly deer has perfect mental health issues. They call an ambulance, quite rightly too, and the deer to the morning on 3-2 night. And the service has to respond, and they said, yes, we're going to take this lady to the accident emergency. Actually, that was ladies well known to them as well, mental health issues. Even though the family, and they managed to establish contact with the family, and the relatives were on there. So officers coming across this scenario, first responders, what do we do? We use that house and we'll do this what do we take the volunteers? Well, this all goes down to whether it's necessary. And can this lady be taken on the mental health act? Yes, she can. Actually, is it necessary? Oh, no, not. On the 1st of April this year, a new mental health code of practice was published. And for the first time, it really clarified some of these difficult issues. Obviously, being in a position that I'm lucky to be in, we've been a huge role in influencing a lot of these new aspects. But the first time, police officer may, without the use of Section 136 powers, decide to escort a person who voluntarily seeks comparative mental health care to an appropriate service. But they then talk you back about appropriate service. Is that appropriate service access to an accident emergency? I think now, when you put mental health, and there's an AE for the same box, but you always go smoothly as you've done. But what would you do if that lady is very well known to mental health services or the NHS? You know that every time she sets foot in the A&E, it gives it 30 minutes, and then she walks off. Having known that, the circumstances change, and the mindset of the officers needs to change. But because of somebody that needs care, 160 mental health act is all about care or control. But this lady needs care. We need to make sure that not only she starts an assessment, she's also maintained a friendship, gets the job she needs. And that's where the balance will be difficult to find. So it's all about whether it's necessary. Now, another interesting thing I often get challenged about from mental health colleagues in the NHS, this is their core profession, is I often get challenged around, well, all the people that you detain, or your officers detain in Section 146, how many of those then go on to get sections, tailored sections 2 and 3 of mental health. Because actually that figure is seriously quite low. But actually it could be an argument for this discussion. And actually section 136 is all about, and the figures in the legislation here, it's about making any necessary arrangements for that person's treatment of care. Now that might be one section, and actually the result of these in section 136 is you're going to go through to or we're going to find a community service that you can go and speak to and get help you need. I'm not interested necessarily about the people that we detain in section 136, but then go on to detain under the mental health act. And that's really important. I just want to touch in relation to mental health and working in the community. Those of you who didn't know, there was lots of health funded measures that called street care. I don't like that word actually because about a third or up to a half, 50% of all the calls that doctors are making towards the street care service is actually dealing with a crisis in private care. The street care isn't really an accurate description. Let's call it mental health care. Now in London, we did this in the area of Slough, South London Mental Hospital, for a year. When you look at last year, we used our powers around 797 times. And that's been clear of, it's the whole purpose of, someone told me to contact, which was used on the 60s. People only 6.4%. Actually, when you look at the rest of the country and some of the successes they've had some quite substantial successes. That's how you've got and the need to work on the stage of our community and again, we have ultimately through that takes place. How many of those individuals, are actually people that keep coming through the system? And what other options are there to sort of stop that involvement? Because the answer isn't necessarily yes. Why should it? So in the mental health triage service in London was experiencing over 3 calls a day. 25%, some days 50% of those calls are considered with people that are struggling to cope with their health in their own private address, of which we have no power to do with that. So my aim, and thank God I was part of the conversation, was going back to that access, 24 hours, 7 days a week support, certainly for more officers to have access to that mental health professional advice. It's to get street triage going, mental health triage going. Available to all the agency services, not just the police, but believe it or not, the private aid, other issues around coping with environment and understanding what they're dealing with in their community. So this should be the key element of all the emergency services. But everywhere in London needs to have access to 24 hours a day, professional advice. And that's in areas we want to manage that commissioning guidance that I talked to you about at the beginning. So again, my answer to the question to TCG is how are you going to commission that guidance? In public schools, they say it's public property. This is what the public should be expecting. One of the things that we quite quickly realised, and that isn't that photograph at the back of the screen isn't the London model, that's another one we've got as well, but it's a typical model that we are using. When you have a police officer, you have a mental health professional, and you have paramedic, all in the same car. Trying to respond to mental health crisis related calls. One thing that we first realised is that is not scalable for London. Unfortunately, in the current economic climate, with the police having to, find another, God knows how many million, that is just not scalable. Actually, what we find with the strict triage scheme in London is that it makes it for a far smoother journey for police carrying that mental health professional and get the advice they need. And the burden is on how to facilitate the appropriate pathway and coordinate their response. So it's not going to do that. It should never be that. Which is again created through these Is it 22? Right, I'm going to anything I say is when again, the new mental health basic practice, when deciding that attention may be necessary, the police may also benefit from particular advice before using such measures as again, so all failure to police officers get the advice they need so that we can care for people that we can, or need the help of somebody who is in interest. I was only going to go talk about legislative review and what's coming. We're going to what we're seeking today. I know
Jacqui, who's going to set us on a huge challenge today. Don't forget to hashtag my mad idea. What we're going to be looking at today is how we can possibly find some really mad ideas that can find resolve some key issues that we've been talking about today.
So my name's Jacqui Dillon. I'm the chair of the National Hearing Voices Network. So, like many people who get involved in the Hearing Voices Network, I felt terribly let down by the traditional approach to working with these kinds of experiences. And I was very struck by what Paul had said about the need to reduce dependence on institutions and increase interdependence in communities. And I think, in a way, that's part of what the Hearing Voices Network is trying to do. We often joke that many people's recovery begins once they actually get out of services. And so what I'd like to do is really summarise a different way of thinking about how to work with these experiences. I know that in a number of trusts, particularly in sort of taking forward this recovery agenda, what people are hearing more about is actually this very medicalised way of dealing with people's experiences is not always that helpful. So the Hearing Voices approach, just a little bit about our work. So in 2012, we actually celebrated the 25th anniversary of the global Hearing Voices movement. So the approach was actually originated by a Dutch psychiatrist. And what's very interesting about Marius Rom and his colleague Sandra Escher is that they actually listened to one of their patients, Patsy Hall. And what Patsy was saying is that actually this very medical way of dealing with my experiences isn't that helpful for me. Like many patients, what Patsy was being encouraged to do is essentially take the medication and ignore their experiences. And surprisingly, she didn't find that very helpful. She was very fortunate that she had this very open-minded psychiatrist, Marius Rom, and he listened to her, and what she said is, I want to meet other people with these kinds of experiences, and I want to talk to them about how they live with these experiences. So, as I'm sure many of you will know, the traditional approach, we call it a traditional approach, although I'm not sure that that's actually accurate, but a kind of contemporary approach within mental health, is to see these as problems that are located in people's brains. So the emphasis is very much on looking at what are the problems in people's brains and what are cognitive deficits in people's brains. So it's very much a kind of deficit-focused model. And one of the things that we talk about a lot in mental health, within the Hearing Voices movement, is that we need to stop asking people what's wrong with you. We need to start asking people what's happened to you, what's your story. So we have a fundamental belief that people go mad for very good reasons. So really the heart of the Hearing Voices approach is this, that voices make sense when looking at the traumatic circumstances in life that provoked them. And really that is the heart of the approach, that however crazy somebody appears, however disturbed somebody appears, when you actually understand their voice hearing and what the voices are saying within the context of their story, the voices make sense. I think the other thing that's really important about Romanesh's approach is this link with trauma, which I'd like to come back to. So one of the things that Romanesh found in their initial research was that actually many people were saying, lots of really horrible things have happened to me, or there was a serious incident that happened to me, and then I began to hear voices. So often a reaction to the things that had happened in people's lives. So the Hearing Voices Network is the organisation I represent is a national organisation, and we're committed to helping people who hear voices, see visions, or have other unusual experiences. And in fact, we're one of 32 international networks around the world. And it's essentially a collaboration between experts by experience, so voice hearers and family members who work in partnership with so-called experts by profession, which are usually academics, clinicians and activists, to question, critique and reframe biomedical understandings of voice hearing. And I think part of what makes our work so successful is that these are equal collaborations. So it's not about experts coming to tell us about how to live our lives. Often it's about us telling them about how we live with these experiences, but also working together to try and bring about change. Because one of the things that I found in my time as an activist is that many mental health professionals feel quite oppressed by the system as well. And within these international networks, the combined experience of voice hearers and professionals have overseen the development of ways of working with people who hear voices that draw on the value of peer support, but very much take on board what Cormac was saying. One of the things we've been talking about is actually how to engage community, because people who hear voices live in the community, they are part of our community. I'm part of the community, I hear voices. And how do we support people to live peacefully with these experiences? So one of the things about the Hearing Voices approach is that we can test this traditional psychiatric relationship with the dominant expert and clinician and this passive recipient patient. So it's very much based on these mutually respectful partnerships. And one of the things that Maris Ron talks about as a psychiatrist is that we are working together to bring about the emancipation of voice hearers. And I really love that idea of emancipation. He often says to other clinicians, it's not about cure, we're not trying to cure everything. What we're trying to do is change the social environment so that people are accepted for who they are in terms of having these experiences. And it's important to know that up to 15% of the population hear voices that no one else can hear. And 2/3 of people who hear voices never actually have contact with psychiatric services. So far more people just getting on with their lives, living in our communities with these experiences. And so this idea that hearing voices equates to a mental illness is actually not true. And I think one of the things that our work is trying to demonstrate and kind of explore is how do people who have these experiences learn to live with them. So we view voice hearing as significant and meaningful, and that it's part of the human condition. One of the analogies that Maris Roth often makes is that in the same way that being gay was pathologized, up until quite recently it was in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, the Psychiatrist's Bible, being gay was actually considered pathology, which I think most of us, I hope all of us in this room, think is not harming, I certainly do. And so people were given treatment to cure them of their homosexuality. And we would say it's the same thing, that hearing voices is just a variation of being human. So what we try and do, I guess, is to create safe spaces for people where there are real opportunities for healing and growth. One of the things that I think is really important about hearing voices is that it's seen as a taboo experience. I'm somebody who's very open about the fact that I hear voices. I've spoken on the TV, on the radio, and I always have this experience of being in a social setting and speaking to people who say to me, what do you do? I work in mental health. You get that like a Mother Teresa or something. And then the next thing is they say, how did you get into that? And they say, well, I hear voices. 9 times out of 10, the person steps away. Seriously. And for me, that's quite a good way of working out where they're at, actually. The one person who's like, really? I think I might have those experiences, or I know somebody who has those experiences. That's really curious. Do you mind if I ask more about that? But I think I'm interested in talking to you. That's totally something interesting. kind of cultural taboo. And then, of course, for many people, particularly people who are hearing very distressing voices, what their voices are saying may be personal to them. For a young guy I worked with 4 years ago, he said to me, it's like my voice is no my things here. You know, the things that I'm most private, I'm most ashamed of. So I think for that reason, having safe spaces is very, very important. In addition to that, of course, many people's experiences previously has been when I've spoken about my voices, what's happened is I've been sectioned. I've been sectioned, I've been forced to take medication that I didn't want to take, and of course now we have these wonderful community treatment orders where we can actually force people to continue taking medication they don't want to take in their own homes. So for all of those reasons, I think it's really important there are safe spaces that people can talk freely about these experiences and try and make sense of them, often with other people who might have similar kinds of experiences. Something about language as well, I'm very much for just saying it as it is. And again, I've written quite extensively about the way in which language changes the way we think about ourselves. So, of course, the preferred jargon within the psychiatric literature is talking about auditory hallucinations, and we just try and stick with ordinary common language. And this is part of a wider range within the mental health continuum to decolonise this very medicalised language human experience. So, we're also part of Intervoice. So, one of the things that has happened, and again, you know, thinking about the grassroots, and this is where a lot of my work happens, at the grassroots level, going in with communities who are wanting, or people that are actually quite excluded from their communities, and thinking about how do we create a space for you to be in your community, and how do we start involving the community in thinking about some of these issues. Because, of course, one of the things that happens is most people are not interested in mental health, have not got the time or the energy or the headspace to think about mental health until it affects someone they love. And actually, I think part of how we prevent these problems is by engaging people before they get problems, before they have problems. As Cormac said, you know, there's social fragmentation. There's a lot of research that says that things like psychosis, in areas where there's greater social deprivation, greater social fragmentation, the likelihood of something like psychosis is far increased. So actually, this is very important in terms of the work that we're talking about today. We're part of Intervoice. And Intervoice is so I'm the chair of the National Hearing Voices Network. Intervoice coordinates hearing voices activity across the world. I should just say the first hearing voices group in the world started in Manchester. And it was literally a group of people with a diagnosis of schizophrenia getting together and talking to each other, which was a pretty radical thing to happen at that time. That then has kind of informed many groups setting up. In this country now, there are about 180 hearing voices groups. Many of them operating in the community, which is our preference, to have groups in the community. So we do a lot of work, for example, with statutory services, and one of the things that we'll be saying is come out of these community settings and actually set up support groups in your library or in the church hall or in community spaces, but also hold public events and invite people to come along and hear more about these experiences and learn about things, because I think one of the things that creates a lot of ignorance and fear is lack of information and lack of awareness. So 180 groups in the UK, or in England, sorry, that doesn't include Scotland, we do like to colonise, don't we? But in terms of Intervoice, there are now sort of 25 years on hearing voices networks in Australia, Austria, Belgium, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Brazil, Canada, Denmark, England, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Poland, Ireland, Italy, Japan, Kenya, Malaysia, New Zealand, Norway, Palestine, Scotland, South Africa, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Tanzania, Uganda, USA, and Wales. I always read that out because it gives me a thrill, I must say. I find that really exciting, that this it's a movement that has just spread across the world with very little material support. It's a grassroots movement. And as I said, it's a collaboration between experts by experience and experts by profession. I'm very fortunate that I've actually been to quite a lot of these countries in the course of my work, so I've discovered there are some benefits to going now. So, as I said, Robin Escher's research makes a very powerful link with trauma. And they found this out just by interviewing people, asking them to tell me about your life, tell me about when your voices started, and tell me about what was happening leading up to it. This is often a very important question. What happened before voices started? And what they heard time and time again is people describing these very traumatic things that happened to them. And in fact, the research, as it always does, 20 years later, catches up with us in terms of, there's a huge growing body of evidence now that shows that many serious mental health problems are actually caused by adversity, serious adversity. So we talk about trauma, but I think probably a more helpful word is adversity, because it covers kind of a broader multitude of things that might happen to people. So this paper was published in the British Journal of Psychiatry, so it's not some little funky, radical thing like my organisation. This is, within the sort of the very medical journal. Sort of biological psychiatry is also having to engage actually with this information, because the evidence is pretty overwhelming. So adversities like mother's ill health, poor nutrition, high stress during pregnancy, being the product of an unwanted pregnancy, early loss of parents by death or abandonment, attachment difficulties, witnessing interparental violence, intergenerational trauma, the mechanisms by which trauma is passed on, often unconsciously from one generation to the next. Dysfunctional parenting, particularly this kind of parenting, affection, side of control, which I see quite a lot of in my local supermarket, saying, "Stop doing that, get down." Children that are, I imagine, highly criticised and not given much warmth or love or affection. Very toxic kind of parenting for children. Parental substance misuse, mental health problems, criminal behaviour, childhood sexual, physical and emotional abuse, which I'll come back to in a moment, childhood emotional and physical neglect, bullying, childhood mental illness, war trauma, poverty, racism and other forms of social inequality. So I actually presented this in Dublin a few months ago, and a guy put his hand up in the audience and he said, actually, I experienced all of those things. Which just served to remind me of how terribly difficult some people's lives are. But he also was a survivor, and he was there telling us about how he managed to survive those experiences. So these are, lots of studies now showing that these are things that lead to serious mental health problems. And of course, just to sort of reiterate my point, lots of studies looking at social inequalities and the greater the gap between the rich and the poor, the higher the levels of distress in the population. What's leading the way is the USA, closely followed by the UK. And in fact, under this wonderful government, it seems to have voted back in, that gap will widen. It did under the last Tory government, and it will, I imagine, again under this government. But we're not going to be pessimistic. And thinking specifically about childhood adversity and psychosis, I'm just going to show you a couple of studies, but again, the evidence for this stuff is pretty overwhelming now. The links between adversity that children experience and then the later development of things like psychosis. So this study showed that those abused as children 9.3 times more likely to develop psychosis. For those suffering the severest kinds of abuse, the risk rises to 48 times. This is a big British study, Shepard et al. People endure 3 kinds of abuse, so for example, sexual abuse, physical abuse, and bullying, 18 times higher risk of psychosis, whereas those experiencing 5 types of adversity, 193 times more likely to develop psychosis. I think quite extraordinary, really. And there seems to be a very powerful link between people experiencing psychosis and experiences of childhood sexual abuse, which is not, of course, to say that everyone who experiences psychosis has experienced childhood sexual abuse, but we should certainly be inquiring more. And of course, we've had these huge revelations coming out about the prevalence, this epidemic of sexual abuse that we have. Again, for me, in part in thinking about working with people with psychosis, part of what we have to address is the high levels of violence, abuse, and poverty within that community. So this link does appear to be causal. So what the research is saying, which seems blindingly obvious to me, that if lots of really horrible things happen to you when you're still developing, it might cause you to run mad. It's quite obvious to me. And there seems to be this dose-dependent relationships. The more bad stuff that happens to you, the more kinds of adverse experience, and the more likely you are to go on and develop these kinds of problems. And just to finally bang on my point, this is something I feel really passionately about, the way in which we pathologise what I think are very human responses to terrible things that happen to people. For many years, if you'd gone to the Royal College of Psychiatry or the Institute of Psychiatry, this would have been held up as evidence of brain disease. But for some people, not all people, but for some people who have a diagnosis of schizophrenia, that there are changes in their brains. There are certain irregularities, certain areas that are more enlarged, other areas that are kind of, have not developed properly. And this was held up as evidence that this is a biological disease. A good friend of mine, John Reed, who I did the last book that I did, which is really a summary of a lot of this research, Models of Madness. And John, who has been working for over 30 odd years to make this very important between trauma and psychosis, one of the things that John very much believed is that these changes have to be explained within the context of lived experience. That was his very fundamental belief. And he did two things. One of them was that he compared the brain scans of people who had a diagnosis of schizophrenia with the brain scans of children that we know have been subject to abuse. We know this because it's contemporary, there's forensic evidence to support it. And what John found when he compared their fMRI scans with those people who had a diagnosis of schizophrenia is they had exactly the same changes in their brains. He also looked at the brain scans of people who have been subject to torture, people who have been politically tortured, held in captivity, given electroshock, etc., etc. And what he found is they had exactly the same kinds of changes in their brains. So people may have these changes in their brains, but perhaps the trauma they have experienced has caused these changes in their brains. For me, this is really, really important. So John's called it the traumagenic neurodevelopmental model of psychosis. And when he told me that, I said, blimey, that's a bit of a mouthful. Well, we need to make it sound proper, don't we? It would sound scientific. So it will be taken seriously. And now in sort of biological psychiatry terms, they're talking more and more about this as a model. And I have, like I have issues with models, but I think for me it's a strategy, really, in terms of seeing that the difficulties that people have and the changes they may have physiologically are because of the horrible things that happen to them. For me, politically, this is quite an important thing to do. I think this is really important for a couple of reasons. One is that it actually accounts for why some people have these changes in their brains. The other is that it offers us a kind of proper biopsychosocial model. But the difference is it doesn't privilege biology over everything else, which most of it is usually what happens in my experience, that people kind of say things like, yes, I know you were gang raped as a child, and I know you were put into care, and I know you were bullied, and then you've got schizophrenia, kind of what? Which for me is kind of balmy. And actually, with a model like this, hopefully we can just actually start tending to the horrible things that have happened to people without needing to pin an unscientific, unevidence, unhelpful label on them, which actually I don't think tells as much about what's really going on for them. The other thing that's really important about this is that these changes are not set in stone. There's a lot of evidence coming out now, and this is much truer for children and young people, but it's true for adults too, that people's brains can change. You know, that we have neuroplasticity and areas of the brain that previously have been shrunken, you know, areas of the brain that were around emotional reactivity, for example, but with good therapeutic support. And essentially what it boils down to, it's not any fancy therapy, it's about relationships. But if people have supportive relationships, we can literally see the changes in their brain. This is massively important. And in a way, evidence is what intuitively makes sense to me, without that makes sense to me. So, almost there. So, if we think about voices, and again, this is what people have told us. People say my voices are a survival strategy. They're not just symptoms. They are my way of surviving all the things that happen to me, and that may also still be happening to me. They point at problems, real life problems in the past and present. They use metaphorical language. Feelings are absolutely unbearable. And they can also be awful messages about terrifying past experiences. And one of the things that we often say is that voices are often an attack on people's identity and simultaneously an attempt to protect and preserve that person's identity. They have this kind of ambiguous sort of role in people's lives. And I mean, this is not for discussion today, but I think while I've got your attention, just to flag up, you know, again, within the literature, one of the things that's often said is that there are these dissociative voices and these psychotic voices. Bullshit. You listen to people, they are the same phenomenon. We actually need to start listening to people rather than trying to get them to squeeze into our boxes and then come up with things like that. They're pseudo hallucinations and these ways of minimising and dismissing and negating people's experiences, which I think is really important. So with this in mind, if voices are a survival strategy, if voices come out of the horrible things that have happened to people, we're not talking about medical problems. As Cormac said, we're talking about power and we're talking about social justice. So with that in mind, this is my challenge to the room. How do we create safe spaces for people who hear voices and have other unusual experiences to feel welcome in communities? That's going to be our challenge for the rest of the day. We're working to think about that. Before we break for lunch, we've got another session, and it's a creative session to get our brains thinking creatively. So we're not trying to solve this challenge using the things that we do. So with that in mind, I'm going to pass you over to Anna.
Thank you very much. So, as I'm talking, Anna and Ashley are going to be handing around various things. They're part of the team. And it's highly appropriate that we're here at a football club. Because you wouldn't expect this team to trot out on Sunday having not limbered up for their game, because they'll pull their muscles, it'll all go horribly wrong, they'll get very upset. And that's what we're going to do for you now. We're going to get you to limber up, because this is going to stay up till now for the rest of the afternoon. This is a very interesting and serious issue that needs your brains, and it needs all your gifts to be brought into the room over the next 2-3 hours. We are at the interface of creativity and society, if you like, my business, Creamer and Lloyd. So we work with businesses, we work with arts organizations, NGOs, etc., in trying to bring the most creative thinking to bear on whatever challenge and situation you face where you work. So it's about the power of creative ideas. And what we're going to do is to hopefully give you permission to be as creative as you can be. One of the things you will see that's coming around on your tables are a couple of colourful paintings, drawings. These are me. It's something we have called a living landscape, and quickly, without introducing myself in any kind of length of time, you'll get an image of who I am. The round circular one is painted 2 years ago, and it's kind of what I stand for, what's important to me, what's at the heart of how I tick. And the apple was painted almost specially for you about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and it's how I see myself today. So that's just me introducing myself. But let me just quickly introduce the creative industries. The creative industries where I come from, so I'm just going to read on my notes. The creative industries is worth £77 billion worth to this country. It is the fastest growing sector, ×3, that this country currently possesses. It's got exports of 17 billion. Those exports are expected to go up to 31 billion by 2020. It's a very powerful industry and sector. And the other thing about creativity is that people are beginning to talk about the power of being a creative person in a leadership role, wherever that lies, whether it's the NHS, whether it's police, whether it's business. Those abilities to be flexible, adaptable, handle risk, cope with huge and vast change. These are things that artists and creative thinkers deal with as a matter of course every single minute of every single day. They're also very brave people. They speak their mind often. When I'm talking about artists and creative thinkers, imagine the whole gamut from chefs to landscape gardeners, yes, to poets, yes, to dancers, yes, to filmmakers, etc. So this industry called the creative industries is vibrant and powerful. So what we want to do in this first section is to hand over a little bit of that to you. So I've introduced myself to you with 2 images, and I'm kind of very interested in who are you, and particularly around, do you think you're creative? Who thinks they're creative? Who thinks, thank you, who thinks they're not creative? There's no right or wrong. Thank you. Yeah. And I won't go into it, but it might be that somebody along the way, maybe a teacher, told you, sometimes people say, well, I'm not creative because I was in the school choir and the head of music just said, sorry, Alistair, could you stand in the back? Because actually you're so out of tune. You're just not part of this, And therefore we grow. And of course what comes about is this idea of self-limiting beliefs. I was told or I've experienced I can't draw, I can't sing, I can't tell a story, therefore I can't, therefore I'm not creative. I want to give you permission to be as creative as you can be for this next hour, and certainly for the service of this challenge in the afternoon. And I'm going to prove it to you now. So, in the middle of your tables, you're going to find some of these. I'd like each of you to pick up 2 pages. They should look slightly different, like this. Yeah, they're 2 framed A4 pieces of paper, and I'd love you to have one in front of you, and Anna and Ashley have more. So please put your hand up. It's very important that everyone does it at the same time. So has everyone got one of these? Everyone got one? Yeah, good. Looking good? Excellent. Okay. So I'm now going to prove to you all, just as an example, that you can all draw. Okay? And so here we are. We've given you a lovely framed picture. So, and this is an exercise that will take 10 seconds. Right? Is everyone ready? 10 seconds to prove that you can draw. You just need that, doesn't matter which frame, just have one of those. You just need a pen, maybe something to lean on. And are you ready? Please, can you draw me a fork? Fork, 10 seconds. A fork. I'm looking at a whole variety here. They're all slightly different on my table around here. There's a large one with 3 prongs over here. That's got 4 prongs. We've got 3 here. And we've got a bit of body to that fork over there. I understand what that looks like. Yes, get it? I get it. Some are in the top left-hand corner, some are large. Everyone is slightly different, but if you would show it to someone else, they'd go, that's a fork. I get it. It's got to be beautifully crafted, to be shaded and everything. It's a 4. Can you go on to the next page, please? You're now going to draw, and this, I'll give you 3 minutes. Jamie Oliver is quite famous as a chef, as somebody who didn't really do that well at school. He's kind of quite an interesting geezer, as you know. Some people will love him, it's a bit Marmite, some people don't love him. However, the thing is, what he loves doing is creating recipes from drawings, not from long lists of ingredients and lines. He's a kind of visual guy. So imagine you now have to draw your favorite, all-time favorite sandwich. Right? That might be a cross-section, might be you've opened it up, but just draw now with as much detail as you can and as few words as possible. A drawing of your all-time favorite sandwich for Jamie Oliver, who's not a great reader, but he is very good on picking up visual cues. That might be your all-time favorite sandwich doesn't exist out there on the shelves of Pret a Manger, it doesn't matter. It might be that lovely one you do yourself, it's got a bagel, it's got seeds in it, it's got a bit of smoked salmon, whatever it is. All right, your all-time favorite sandwich that your mum used to make, or your dad made, whatever it is, or you make now for your kids, draw it now, you've got 3 minutes. In as much detail as possible. I would suspect you won't be able to complete this in 3 minutes. If you have put enough detail. Okay, 3 minutes. Just start drawing. Don't think too much about it. It's got to look like that sandwich. When you come to the end already, it might be that you just want to put a little bit of detail, and I will allow the odd word. So if the odd word makes a massive difference, like the lettuce is homegrown, or it's crisp, it's that icebergy lettuce, not that flappy dark green stuff you get at Are the tomatoes really cold? Right. Seasoning. Wait, what's in the blank? Don't. It's a can. It's a can. It's a can. That's all right. Well, you know how to make it a can. Yeah, yes. Yes. It's a gift. Yes. Udders. Don't find too many udders on horses. So that's a great start. Good. We're doing well there. We've got a can. We've got a sandwich. We've got a quadruple decker sandwich over here on my table. Oh, what have you got? It's looking good.
1 minute to go.
1 minute to go. Come on, what's in that bag? Are there seeds in there? Is it brown? Is it white? Jamie won't know. You'll just slap it on 2 sides of mother's pride, and you won't be happy. I know. Detail is everything. Okay. What are the names? Is it Hellman's or is it Little? You see, it makes a difference. You'll be so upset.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. Just final, last detail. That's what Jamie needs.
9, 3.
Oh, yeah. It's all going. So, there we go. That's it. Well, pens down, as they say. So, now, this is the competition. But I'll tell you one thing. The focus and concentration in the room over the last 3 minutes was magnificent. You were not thinking about, can I draw, am I creative? No, you were just on the task. You were going, how do I do this? He's given me a task. And actually, you were suddenly being very creative. You probably, I don't know, may not have been asked to do that before, but you were in a different zone. What you were doing is, of course, you were using the right side of your mouth. And if I just asked you to write a little recipe, you'd written something rather boring and a list of words, but this was something different. You all see it in a different way. In here, for instance, I've got a list of almost drawn ingredients. Over here is a very detailed picture with quite a lot of description underneath, etc. So we all see it in different ways. And if we were to have a little exhibition, don't worry, we won't, of your sandwiches, you would go, gosh, don't we see this simple little thing in a completely different way? And that's a celebration of what, and Cormac was talking about, the gifts that we all bring to the service of whatever it is that we're going to bring to the service of, in this case, a challenge. I believe something fundamental here. I believe that we are all creative. We are all creative. Not all of us, it's labels again, choose to be labeled or choose to be told that we're creative. But if you just change the question a bit, rather than saying, are you creative, aren't you creative? If I was to change the question for you and go, how do you express yourself in life? How do other people know you in life? You might come up with a whole long list of some really interesting questions. And at lunch, we've come up with a start of the 10. So I won't put it out now. We've got a long list of ideas. So rather than go, am I creative? How do I express myself? How am I known in the world by other people? And it might be that one of the ways is that I'm a passionate Chelsea supporter. It completely informs everything I do. I wear blue most of the time, and I'm very busy every Saturday, etc. And that's one of the ways in which people experience me in the world, and it's who I am. I embody this club, I embody everything that I love about this club. Anyway, it's a really interesting thought there. We're now going to come on to a second challenge for you. And in the middle, again, you're going to find some lined pieces of paper. I'd love you to pick up 2 or 3, depending on how ambitious you feel. Everyone to have 2 or 3 lined pieces of paper. So this is a writing exercise. So we've now proven that you can draw, and you can get immersed in drawing, and that you can describe something to somebody else through drawing. This is a second exercise, and this is about writing, and it's called, some of you may have done it before, it's called free writing. And what is going to happen is I'm going to give you a subject, and I'd really like you to write non-stop, without your pen really leaving the paper, for 2 minutes on the subject that I'm going to give you. What happens is you start writing on the subject, you go, yeah, okay, these are my thoughts, and then you have a blank. You go, oh, what? The point of this exercise is you carry on writing. And so what do you write when your mind has gone blank? You might go, oh, my mind's gone blank, I've lost the thread, what's happening? Oh, Dan's over there, he's also lost his mind, I can see. Oh, and then it comes back again. Actually, that reminds me, because Dan was talking about something, and it relates to this thing, and then you get back on the thread. Okay? And what happens is that as you get through, different things start occurring to you. So you've got to push through. It's not easy, but go with the flow. All right? So the lesson is, the rules are, don't take your pen off the page and don't stop writing. Write whatever comes into your mind and find a way back to the subject. Okay? And then we're going to do something with your writing. So that's rather important too. Please don't make out a shopping list thinking, oh, this is great, it doesn't know what I'm writing at all, this is my weekend's activity. You're going to pass it on to somebody else. Okay. So, and also make it readable, if possible. Okay? Right. So, 2 minutes, and honestly, please do not pause, write, and even if it's blah, 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 then something will come, just write what is going on in your mind. He's told me I'm not allowed to write this for the weekend, but they're bouncing it in, and then come back onto the subject. The subject that I'd like you to write for 2 minutes non-stop on is, how do we create safe spaces. That's the subject. Start now, 2 minutes. How do we create safe spaces? Please start now, immediately, don't edit, just start writing.
Thirty seconds left. 10 seconds.
Pens down, hands away, as they say at the end of your GCSE. That's it, well done. Now, I'd like you to pass your writing to the next person. So shall I, I'll pass it round to you, and then it's just, pass it just one round to the next person. Okay, now, also, in the center of your table, you will find envelopes. And in the envelope is a blank card. I want you each just to have one of those. And, yeah, here they come. They're coming around here. Everyone just has an envelope and a blank card. I'd like you to read the new piece of writing you have in front of you, but start more towards the end of it, like the last couple of sentences, the last paragraph. Might even be the last page, depends how quickly people will write. But look more towards the end. And I'd like you to pick out a phrase, a little phrase, or a word, or an idea that really resonates with you about this subject. How do we create safe spaces? Is there something that somebody has written? It's more towards the end, but if it's not towards the end, look through the whole piece of writing that just resonates for you right now, that just goes, that's a clever idea. That's an interesting thought. And just write it on the card. You don't need to put your name on it. Just write this thought that you've got, put the card back into the envelope, and then Ashley and Anna, well, I probably, because Anna's taking over, Ashley and I will collect those in. So just write a word or a phrase that just strikes you as being really interesting. Now, it's about the subject. How do we create safe spaces? That's good. When you've done that, put the card back in the envelope, hand the envelopes in to us. Thank you very much. We need everyone to do that if that's possible. Just it could be a word, trigger word. Don't worry. Don't need to be scientific about it. What strikes you? Interesting. Thank you. Thank you. No names, it doesn't matter, it's all anonymous. Really helpful. Thank you. Good. Right. Whilst Ashley and Anna are collecting those up, I just want to tell you what we've done. So, one of the first things about creativity is, I believe, most creative and artistic people believe, you've got to have constraints. If you say to people, start with a blank page, it's a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. So just think back to the drawings. What we gave you was a framed piece of white paper. Not a piece of white paper, it had a frame around it, and you could place your drawing within that. Constraints are really important. It allows you to be more creative within a slightly narrower framework. 2, challenge your own self-limiting beliefs or beliefs around your own creativity. Don't take it for granted that you can only do X or Y. Thirdly, change the question. That's what I did earlier about, are you creative? Or how do you choose to express yourself in life? It's a different question, and it's quite a powerful technique to change the question, and then you'll get the answer you want. Fourthly, other people see ideas in your own words and ideas. That's what we've just done. Handed it to someone, and someone's gone, that's a really interesting thought. I didn't have that thought. Noted it down, put it forward, and you'll see these ideas coming up this afternoon in the challenge. Focus on your strengths, and that means that when you're working in partnership in a community, other people have strengths, you will have weaknesses, but in terms of creativity, always focus on your strengths and know that other people have strengths to offer. We can't do all this ourselves. We need other people. And have a little play, have a little bit of fun, have a little bit of exploration. That's again what we've done here. So what we're handing over to you, I hope, are ideas, a kind of gift exchange of our kind of experience to you, and also some tools. And I hope these are going to work today on 2 levels. One is they will be at the service of this challenge this afternoon, that you'll be able to apply some of them immediately. And secondly, as importantly, they are at the service of you. And these ways of being creative, of thinking differently, are for you back in your work, back at home, back in life. They don't just stop here. Okay, so I'm now going to hand over to Anna, who's going to talk you through a few further ideas.
Lovely. So this afternoon you're going to be working in groups, but in order to randomise those groups to make sure that you're all working with people, I'm going to ask you to do something which is all stand up. Space to do this, and I want you to move over to this space just to the edge of the table and order yourselves by birthday. So January is going to be, Alistair, could you put up your hand?
Yes.
So January is about where Alistair is. Ashley, you can head towards it. She's kind of December. So I'd like you in a long line to get by birthday, by day and month of birthday.
No, not year.
No, not year. No, not year.
You're in January.
Just
the first.
Just day and month. Hopefully you all know when your birthday was. If not, make it up.
Good. I'm now going to be about June. I'm about June. Yeah, does that help?
You don't have to take your bits and pieces with you. You can leave them on the table if that's easier. Just so we can get some groups. So if you're, say, month, we want for a day, you find out, so you want to move it out a little bit. Yeah. January is here. December is there.
April,
Maybe you join us.
There's your friends.
Okay.
September.
Where's September? Okay. So could you say January? So he's had January what? Are you a new year? Move down a little bit if we need to. Move down a bit. Move down. Move down. January and February. Move down a bit. Get a bit more space. We need you to line moving down. Perfect. Thank you. Moving. What you want to be here? Okay, April, move down. April, come on. That's it. Moving down. Moving down. Have we got? Are we in order? By day, you can stop now. Thank you, January. You can stop now. That's it. Keep moving down. Moving down. Moving down. So you're in a line. What month are we here now? June. So we're in dates. Order. Keep moving. Keep moving. We've always put you there now along the line. Keep moving. April.
Exactly right.
Keep moving, April.
It's very you, very much.
Okay, now, you'll be pleased to know,
Oh,
have we got any Mays? Where's our May?
okay. May,
Where's our May? Have we got any May 22nd? Anyone with birthday today?
oh,
24th?
imminent.
Isn't it? 25th? 6th? June?
Right.
Now, interestingly, have we got anyone or two people with the same birthday? Where?
Hey!
Key, this is your first lesson in creativity, is your perspective. It's all about changing your view. This is the first one. I'll give you this sheet when you come back from lunch. But you've all done the first one, which is change your view. You are physically in a different place. You're looking at something different. Secondly, you change your view because you probably stood next to someone who you haven't stood next to yet. Maybe talking to someone new, if you don't know, introduce yourself. Say hello. And then thirdly, you've got a new connection between each other because you're now connected by when you were born. And interestingly, I don't know how many mathematicians you have in the room, but if you have more than 23 people in the room, you're more likely to have two people with the same birthday than not. And here we are. So when was the date? 23rd of April was our lucky day. So where we are. Now, what we'd like you to do is, we're going to be working this afternoon in groups. Ideally, 5 people in a group. So, 5 there, 5 here,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5 people.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right there. Yes.
You've got
Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5 people here. Just bear with us while we get our groups together.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so the other one I'm going to run through, and as I say, you'll get this afterwards, changing your view. Anything you can do to look at things differently are going to generate new ideas. If you look at the same books, read different books. If you go to the same websites, go to different websites. If you walk to work in a certain way, go down a different street. All of these things help you generate new ideas. We also had this morning a lot of talk about negative space, or I heard things about negative space. Have we any artists who know what I mean by that? What do you mean by negative space? Go on, explain. The space that could have the capacity to have something in it that doesn't. Is my understanding. Okay, let me show you. See this chair? It's a good chair. It's got 4 legs in the back and something to sit on. An artist wouldn't necessarily draw those 4 legs at the back and what to sit on. They would draw this space in between. And by drawing all of that, you end up with the chair. Now, we've heard it a couple of times. Cormac said, rather than asking what do you need, you ask, what makes you have a good day? What happens with that space where they don't have the social connections? What happens if we fill that? Rather than looking at what services they have and what family members. What do you care about? So if you start removing the distractions, you get to look at the problem, the challenge, in a completely different way. The other thing we want to talk about with creativity is to start with the small ideas. Twyla Tharp is a choreographer, and she says, I'll read her quote, inspiration comes in molecules, nanoseconds, frame by frame, step by step, mouthful by mouthful. So you start with the little ideas and let them grow. Don't think you have to come up with the eureka, the whole package all done. Just start scratching at the surface and see what happens. And use metaphors. We have the duck calls, the fudge. So metaphors are fabulously rich. We also had, what was the other metaphor I had? Oh, there's an oak tree and an acorn is a good one to start with. If you want to think, you start small and read it. But they're really, really useful. So when this afternoon, you want to start thinking about how you can look at this challenge differently, think through the metaphors. And the 5th one, before we then start doing some more activities with you before lunch, is make it a habit. So don't just be creative in a room this afternoon, don't just think about how you can do things differently. Make a little bit of space every day to just let your mind wander. Might be while you walk in the door, having a shower, making the dinner, but allow yourself that space. So thank you very much. Now, can you remember those groups? Everyone happy what groups they're in?
I think we should move them back.
Okay, even the groups?
Yeah. Great. So, I talked about roles earlier, and one of the words that and ideas that Cormac has raised is around stories and storytelling. One of the pieces of work that we do is, that I get it, but not everyone is a storyteller, and actually some people might get quietly terrified by that idea. But I see that whole area as being broken down. Some of you, I bet, are really wonderful story gatherers. You're the kind of the researchers. You eke out those newspaper articles, you see something, pass it on and share it to a friend. We need those kind of people in the whole arena of stories. Some of you will be story crafters. You're the writers. You love writing, getting down, shaping a narrative, shaping the story. You'll be those kind of people. And then there are storytellers, literally, the people who can stand up and love standing up and engaging an audience. And of course, a storyteller could be a photographer as much as, let's say, an actor or a presenter. I think there's one more stage, which is I think there are story leaders in life. I was very privileged to know and work with Anita Roddick of The Body Shop, who very sadly died. She was what I would describe as someone who was a story leader. She led her whole business through stories. And she was very much working in the community down at Littlehampton, down there in East Sussex, but she's what I would call a story leader. She just thrived on stories, and she led through stories. So again, this afternoon, when you're working in your groups, working on this challenge, what role, what's my gift, and what am I strongest at? Don't try and do everything, contribute what you can. Now, we're now going to do one final exercise before lunch because we really want to get it in. What's my timing? How long have I got?
9 minutes.
Oh, right. So Ashley's going to come round, and with each group of 5, she's going to give you a little pile of paper clips. That's all that you need to know. And what I think we're going to do is I'd like to keep you in your groups, because these groups, I'd very much like you to have lunch together. I don't know whether you know each other or it's just complete fluke, it's all about birthdays. And then you're going to work on this challenge together as this group of 5 this afternoon. Okay, so you're going to spend a bit of time together, and this exercise is just to bring you together. It is also a creative exercise. So if some of you need to sit down, you're more than welcome to sit down. If some of you want to purloin a bit of a table, you're more than welcome, but I'd really like you to stay in your groups of 5. So if you're over here, I'd grab a few chairs. What you're also going to need is some of the lined paper, so grab some from one of the tables here. There's lots of spare pieces. You'll need a couple of pieces of lined paper, you'll need a pen, and you will need a paper clip or 2. Once you've got that, and you're ready to rock and roll, then we'll go. Right, so maybe if you want to sit down, you're more than welcome to. If you want to, but please stick together in your group. You need some lined paper. Yep, tuck yourself into the corner, go around there, why not? Do you want to hit, come here, here's a chair. You don't need all your personal belongings at this point. You just need to stick together as a group and be ready with this challenge. And I'd like to say at this point that there are prizes for the winners of this challenge. Okay? Points mean prizes. And I'm going to explain it to you in a minute. Just very quickly, get some chairs, sit on the floor, do whatever you want to do, but just be together. Make sure you're very close together. You should have some blank lined paper, a pen, and some paper clips. Yep, all good? Is everyone good? Yeah. Well done? No? Everyone all right? Right. Hang on, where's the rest of this group? Okay, are you here? You're there? Lovely. Everyone good? Okay, got 3 here. Good. Got some blank paper. Got a paper clip. Yeah, good. Are you all right? Which group are you? Lovely. Good. Okay, great. Okay. You have 2 minutes. I might give you 2.5. We'll see how it's going. But there is a prize. Okay? So it's competitive. And this is the thing. I want you to find a minimum of 50 uses, alternative or otherwise, for a paperclip. 50. Number them. Go. Do not edit. Just go, 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 go. Someone write them down. 50 uses. More. Together, as a group. You're doing this as a group. Okay, you've got 1 more minute. 1 more minute to come in and try and come up with at least 50.
Yeah, you got another 25 seconds.
Okay, pens down. Pens down. Out of the way. Now, do you know, have you been numbering them as you go along? That's obviously the quick thing to do, because numbers are what it's all about. How many ideas? Right. So this table, 17. Very good. Over here, Dan. 27. 27. Jane? 30. We will independently verify these results later. Over here. 18. Okay. 18. 19. 51. 20. 22. That seems like a cut and dry winner, but hang on, hang on. Well, yeah.
Okay, this is a very good example of lateral and creative thinking. So I was like, can I just verify that? And they've got 26, but number 13 was all 25 letters of the alphabet. So 25 is 26 is 51. Genius, actually.
Well, okay. So, before we hand out prizes, I just put, and we're just going to break for lunch. Let me just tell you what went on in that exercise. Let's break, what is the purpose of doing this? So when you give people an aggressive quota like that, you've got to come up with 50 ideas in 2 minutes. Actually, we gave you 3 minutes. You didn't know, but we just thought we'd do that. The competitive juices really get going. You give people a constraint, a framework. You've got to do this within this amount of time. We're going to do it this afternoon. You've got an hour and a half to really crack Jacqui's challenge. And that is, an aggressive quota. When you're given focus, you have increased fluency and agility of mind. You get into a rhythm as a team. You are forced to suspend critical thinking. The internal critic that goes, oh, this won't work, oh, this won't work. You've got 2 minutes, you've got 3 minutes, I've got to come up with 50 ideas, anything will work. I think you said a lovely idea was a spider's climbing frame. Yeah, why not? It could be. All I just said was 50 uses for a paperclip. It could be. That's very nice. But often what's interesting is that the best ideas come towards the end. Because you go through all the usual ones first, paperclip things, clean up your ears, or whatever it is, and then gradually as you get through, you kind of go, oh, it's a spider's climbing frame, it's every letter of the alphabet, it's a, And these things, so when you push yourself through, suddenly there's little moments of extraordinary inspiration come through. But you need those conditions around it. And, obviously with this, a lesson is, don't necessarily run with the first idea that comes to mind. So this afternoon, when you're cracking this, and you're going through a little ideas generation, don't just settle on the first idea. This exercise has shown you that if you can bring out loads of ideas, you have greater choices, and often towards the end, moments of inspiration come. So, this is what's going to happen this afternoon. I'm now going to brief you so that you can go off and have lunch in your teams and then come back here at 1:30. You've got 90 minutes to look at this. And every team is going to be given a little bit, by us, a little bit of a creative constraint. You don't know what that is yet, we'll give it to you after lunch, don't worry about it. You're also, those things that you put in the envelopes, those words, we're going to give you a random selection of those words. It might be that it's your envelope, but it's highly likely that it'll be other people's ideas from other tables, talking about how do we create safe spaces. So you have little bits of stimulus as well. And then you've got an hour and a half to come up with a solution. And what we would love you to do then at 3 o'clock is you're going to come back here and you're going to talk about 3 things. And you've only got 3 or 4 minutes to do it, because there's 8 teams, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. We want to hear your solution, number 1, that's fine. We want to hear, what was our journey in getting there? Was it a struggle? Was it a joy? Did you hit on something early on and then you just finessed the idea? How did you feel about coming up with this solution? Or maybe you've come up with many solutions. So we want to hear, this is our idea, how do we get there? And actually, I'm really interested in a thought that you might take away from today and apply back at work starting Monday, Tuesday. So was there something in this thing? For instance, it might be that you go, sitting down with a bunch of, let's call you, relative strangers to each other, it was incredibly refreshing. It just meant we weren't all on the same agenda, with the same baggage, maybe, let's call it that, except it allowed me to be fresh in my thinking and to see the world from different perspectives from the off. I'm very rarely allowed to do that at work because, of course, we all work in the same office, we have the same teams. But actually, this allowed us to have a kind of different perspective, a different view. How can I bring some of that back? That idea, who can I bring in who's fresh to my team to do a little bit of thinking for half an hour on Tuesday or Wednesday, or whenever it is. So, that's what you're going to do. When you come back at 1:30, we'll, as it were, rebrief you, because you'll understand what your creative constraint is, which will help you. and you'll get your little envelopes of stimulus, and then you're going to put that to the service of this important challenge. So you're going to solve this, and you're going to take away some skills and tools for wherever you go after today. So I would urge you to have lunch. Are they coming ready? I think they are. Sounding good. In your groups to get to know each other. You may know each other well already. You may have been flung together by the date of your birth. And these are the groups. So we'd love you back here. Is that okay, Jane? Do you want any house notices?
No, that's it, just 1:30. So if you want to just come back and eat with lunch in your groups, you might actually want to.
Yeah. All right. See you back to start again at 1:30. Thank you. All right.
Oh, I've seen your face. I'm like,
Good. All right.
Shall I collect these things?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking actually. I can't imagine
They can keep their own, right? That won't take that.
Oh yes, sir.
Ones that weren't used? Yeah, it looks like the ones that they've done. So like the fruits that they've,
It works on its own, man.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
very nicely laid out as well. So a piece for the mouth and the eyes. Just a very slight change to draw your attention to, which we're actually going to ask your approval of. You may not agree. But it struck us, as we discussed during the coffee break, about the message of these group is that asking the question, how do we create safe space for people, was the wrong question, or the wrong framing of the question. And in fact, we shouldn't be doing anything for or to people, but it felt certainly based on the asset-based perspective. We should be talking about how we do it with people. Does that feel like a better framing? Yeah, residents. Cool. Okay, so in the absence of violent opposition and some yeses, we'll take that as agreement. Thank you.
Good. Is this just gone off? It has. Right. Won't worry about that. You're roughly in your groups. Some of them are different sizes. They look to be a group of 2 wonderful people over there. Oh. Ah, okay. So the first thing is to get into your groups, creative groups, where you're going to be. Now, I would like to suggest just one small change, which is that Jacqui and Cormac should be allowed to float, because I think they will add greater value, if that's okay, to the whole of you over the next hour and a half, and I'm sure they're equally fascinated in how each group is working and where you're getting to. Is that all right, Jacqui? Is that, and Cormac, you're happy with that? I'm sorry.
I'm sure I could float after that much, but
okay, it might be a little shimmy rather than a float. Anyway, so if we're happy with that, I'm sorry to the groups who you think, oh, we had Cormac all afternoon, we're losing him, but your loss is everyone else's gain. So, I'd now just like to introduce you to your creative constraint. And these are here to please just go with it, if you can. So, let's just go over here. This creative constraint is this group are, and I won't talk for everyone, in thinking through your challenge, we want you to think in terms of metaphor. Cormac was talking about this, and other speakers were talking about it earlier on. So when you talk about your solution to this challenge, we want you to talk in terms of metaphor. And we've given you a really lovely stack of laminated photographs of all walks of life, and so you can use those as a starting point in your thinking about how you describe what it is that your solution is based around. And this will help. What we always find with metaphor and visual images is that it will help you come up with new ideas and new language. We ask you just to write stuff down. It will appear in one way. By doing this, you begin to frame the challenge and frame the solution using fresh language. It's really interesting. That's number one. Jane, what have you've got also photos over there? Very good. So you've got photos. And are there 2 groups here? Yeah. So 2 groups. These groups are going to change their environment. That's their creative constraint. They can't work in this room. So one of the things I'd urge you to do, is one of those great things in life, you know, if you're working in an office, you think office, you've got to do something different, we do it in the office. You know what? It's the office. Sometimes get out, change your environment. You have complete permission. Sadly, you don't have a budget, but you've got complete permission to go and go anywhere. If you just want to go to the other side of the screens, you can. If you want to go into the cafe in this hotel, you can. If you want to go onto the pitch, good luck. We may never see you again. You'll be arrested. You can go outside, you can wander up and down the Fulham Road, if that will help you in your thinking. But the thing is, change your environment. Over here, what's yours?
We've got markers, microphones.
World Cafe. So we're going to give you a tablecloth, so you're going to clear all this, that you can write and draw on. And all your thinking is going to be on this piece of paper. And so you will come up with whatever you come up with. It doesn't have to be a drawing, it could be words, it can be a mind map. You're all equal players contributing in to your solution. And what's lovely about a World Cafe is that we'll see your thinking and your emerging thinking as you move towards several ideas, and then they come together, and here's where we got to. So it's it's a different technique, but we will visually see your thinking. It's all on the table. Anyone can contribute. Over here, we have the very special team that has played it. So this is, we want you to come up with a sculpture. It could be very small, it could be a series of things, which is your solution. So you will be expressing your solution, not in words and language like this, but actually in a series or one piece of sculpture made out of the Play-Doh. Again, it's a bit like this. It will force you to come up with new ideas and new language and make new connections. It will force you to think in a different way. It may be uncomfortable, it may be unusual, but you will reach a different destination than if you just coming up with words and language. And Alistair gets up and presents for 2 minutes. What have we got over here? So, you're going to work with your hands. So one of the things here is that often a really interesting creative constraint is to be distracted, to look the other way. So we've given you little things. Well, I think we've given you a pile of M&Ms. By the way, they are peanut based, and if any of you have a nut allergy, I just put that out there. And you might choose to sort them into colour, into whatever it is. But the idea, and we'll give you all the colour paper clips as well, the idea is just to have those little things. I'll give you one of the great examples in life. Do people know about South Park? South Park. There's a lovely documentary about South Park, which is when they're thinking, when they're brainstorming, they try and make a program in a week. And they often have a dip on about the Wednesday or the Thursday, and they take themselves off during that dip, during that creative kind of traffic jam, and they go and play with Lego. They play with something very practical, and just when you're not looking at the problem, you're doing something very practical, it releases kind of creative lines of inquiry. You're just looking the other direction, and there comes the answer. So we're giving you that opportunity. You can eat as many as you want as well. We won't count them as we come back. So is that it? Have I covered everyone? Over here, what are the... We're done. Yes. So, but these are 2 groups here. Lovely, cool. Okay, so we've got the challenge. You need to be back here, ready to present at 3 o'clock. Okay? And you're at the service of this challenge. And I can guarantee you, I'm sure what's going to be uppermost in your mind is all the stuff that Cormac has spoken about over the last 2 days. Those ideas, but maybe very specific ideas of what you're going to be drawing on when you think about your solutions, when you think about how do I apply some of that to this challenge, maybe using 1 or 2 kind of fun techniques and so on. Now, the final thing I want to say to you is envelopes. Thank you. So here, you've also got some of the envelopes. These are your writing, the little quotes from your writing. And we would love you to see these as pieces of stimulus. Just look at them, see what the person is saying. Just go, that's an interesting idea. And see if you can weave some of these either into your final solution or as part of your thinking to stimulate your thinking. All right? It's not a big thing. We're just using these as stimulus. So when you go out on your walk, take your envelopes with you. Just see if it helps. It may help, it may not, but I leave it up to you. Is that everything? Yes. The presentations, I think, are 2 to 3 minutes. It's really short. Yeah, really short. Is everyone all right? There's your challenge with the tweak spaces with people. If you're going out and about, please, of course, make sure you've got a written version of this to help you. And just because you're not being given permission to say you've got to change your environment, you can also change your environment. If you want to go out there with your Play-Doh and your M&Ms, you're more than welcome to. We are really looking forward to your responses. At 3 o'clock, off you go. And by the way, you have creative resource in Jacqui, in Cormac, in Ashley, in Anna, in myself. If you need any of us, come back here. We will come to your team and we will help you. All right? Hello.
I've just heard that at the minute. But when it I can then download so when I'm going to break it back into smaller pieces. People just going, Payday, I want Payday for 3 hours. So yeah, I'm just going to put it into just in case they'll be. Yeah, I'll just yeah, I was going to say because I wanted to. I wanted to have. I just stopped.
Now, okay, we're just. Whoa, oh, quick, we need some help. We're allowed to, but. So, what I'm going to ask, do come in, it's all right, we haven't started, find some seats. Some emergency tacking going on over there. Now, it'd be lovely for you to stay in your groups so you can present back. And I know that some of you are very site-specific. I'm thinking of this table over here with the Play-Doh, and I think we're going to need to go and visit it rather than it visits us. And there's a lot of tacking going on across the bar area over here. But what I'm going to ask, and I know this is going to be yet another constraint from this bloke called Alistair at the front, but if we keep to about 2 minutes each, literally, we're on time. If that you focus on the main thing. The main thing. You don't have to read out the whole thing and all your things. What's the main idea? Is that okay? Great. Jane, can I start with your table, please? And what we'll do, Anna, is this okay? We'll just give each person a sort of 2-minute heads up. Yep. So that we can. And I guess, can I suggest that what we'll do is we'll find a way of photographing all of these, whether they're poems, whether it's Play-Doh, whether it's a web shop, whatever it is, and we'll put it on a website. Is that right? So there's lots of detail coming here, and what would be brilliant would be to say, what was our constraint? What was our constraint to help the visualizers over here?
Okay, so our constraint was the card.
Yes.
Said a poem about experience of hospital. We took from that the idea of the poem about experience.
Great. Thank you.
So this is okay. He stepped out into the dark, lost in 1,000 fragments of fear, feeling as lonely as the moon, trapped in a tunnel, dreams of the shining light. Wandering around in the darkness, he found a hand to hold. They could hear each other calling faintly in the dark. He was not alone. Flying fast, they could hear faint music, laughter, and the world they were not.
So, different things for different people, but floating towards me like a boxer's punch. Very powerful image of just one tiny, that's the power of metaphor. It allows you to say stuff you wouldn't ordinarily in a document about what does a safe space look like. That's a whole different level. Very powerful. Thank you. This paper. Well, no, your constraint was actually you were asked to leave and work in a different environment.
Yeah, that was a constraint. So I suppose we started by thinking about what is a safe space, and we thought that it was unique and it's very personal and very unique, personal and very individual, but it had it was thinking about things though that perhaps it did have in common with people that it needs to be non-threatening and not fearful, and perhaps free from past negative experiences, perhaps uncritical and non-judgmental. When we started thinking about communities and we thought about groups, we thought that it was important that they had some connection, again, not threatening and essentially welcoming. So we thought people might have different entry points into different communities. So for instance, that might be for a specific issue that people meet with it under, so be for dance or as a neighbour or whatever. So people would enter at different points with different motivations. We felt that they could be undefined by any past experiences, in fact the experience given to us of hearing voices or hallucinations or whatever, but more that to look at the commonality of that, so that everybody in that group was striving for help, that all humans are in the same bubble and that we all struggle, and also the recognition that we all bring different resources. And we gave a lot of thought to is a space, a physical space. We thought it needed to be characterised by some things, so something about light, about it, not walking down dark alleyways, about known territory, about seeing people and things that you know and that you recognise, and that you're not on your own, and that you're not the focus as well, that you're part of something, not the focus of being there. Perhaps about not being isolated, but having somebody to lean on and alongside you, particularly in an unfamiliar location or watcher. So again, we came back to Resilient Place, and we thought it could be many things. So when we thought about space, we thought perhaps it was something that's sort of conceptual about how we gather, what we think, how our minds come together. But also that community might not be defined by problems. So it's not always an issue, it's just perhaps a space in which you suggest something or you give an invitation open. So let's introduce each other as neighbours, or let's say hello. But we also thought that it might be defined by some sort of issue that we come together over. So where it's a space for sharing and supporting, and giving a different kind of safety around the recognition of that collection and connection. But we thought that those spaces could all coexist, or that people float between them. So safety was also about building membership. We asked the question, we never really got anywhere, is social isolation okay? And I think a lot of varying ideas about whether actually social isolation is a real choice, or if it's just somewhere where somebody ends up. So we just explored that. But we said that the invitation needs to be genuinely felt, and it needs to be given with a choice of entering or not. But consent to be there needs to be freely given, and certainly not because being there is regarded by others as being good for you. Then we asked a slightly off-piste question, I think, which is entering into a community about liking or disliking people and the things that we offer? Or is it about having perhaps some sort of line that's about a value base in which we might feel safe? And an example of that we talked about was that, I would pick myself up as a money on bag that people might not like, the same trick everyone does 10 times. But actually, I hope that someone really let me down in the ice and snow, and I hope that might be the same. So maybe it's about recognising some value based for sure.
Thank you very much. You certainly can. So I wonder what your constraint was. It was the World Cafe. So you were allowed to draw on the tablecloth.
Okay, so we started off with the word trust. So the verb to trust and the noun trust, which we symbolise as being statutory mental health services. And we tried to get some connection between the two around equity, no fear, no barriers, and freedom. And then we talked about restriction, unnecessary, done to, and safe, and who is it safe for? Does it make the staff feel safe with what they do? So then we kind of got into a giggle, which was great, which was a light bulb moment. And we talked about who actually is the expert. We talked about different things that we do. So some of us do knitting, little crocheting, and painting and hobby hubs. And then Alistair came and wrote in really small writing, actually, you know, it's actually from a phone. This is where.
So anyone who knows me will know I use really bad words like sorry, not to take it away from there. But I use them to define like me as actually when I'm in hospital, I don't want to say anything, so you the work me, you hear funny things happen, like when the admin take a phone call and pay for it. And sometimes the experiences that being important are quite amusing. And it's horrible the person is going through this, but actually mental health itself can be hysterical. And this is therefore hysterical. We can take things like this Jess Tom, which Jess Tom, sorry, Jess Tom, who's like the Tourette superhero. I went to play like Harry Fisher, which was called Go Round. There's a apparently TV series, Channel 4, the last day, which laughs at Paralympics. But we don't really have anything like this for mental health. We were also talking about how it's hysterical. We have to ask people, what is a safe place? It's 2015. It's still having the same conversations, even though there's like silence and a lot of homely we use words like crazy and saying to describe me. But when I'm at work, I don't even use hospital when I'm with experience mental health. But why are these two so incompatible? Martin was a part of our group, we were talking about how I will give him words and he'll have to correct them from my language so that he can actually be presented at work. I wanted to do a course on social networking for phrases and he became social networking for recovery. But we were just talking about how actually laughter is a great level, and to have a safe, to have a safe place within communities, works and things we have over there. So people, as Jacqui said about taking a step back from them, but actually there is that laughter to them, the way you have a safe place.
Yeah. Fantastic. Right, over here, this too. You go.
So our constraint was lots of images.
Yes.
Metaphor. So we talked a lot about what safe meant, and for each of us it was different. So you then were able to agree on one metaphor, the metaphor of the comedian for safe space, because safe is different for each of us. And that comes through dialogue, the dialogue of talking that we were doing, so understanding what we feel safe in terms of creating that space comes through talking with each other to create that sense of safety and welcome.
I work in space. I use technology to give space to individuals, recognize that for each individual, space is different, and to encourage people to communicate. Now, we are in the 21st century, 21st century, I'm ahead of my time. Use technology to give access to people and give them training of communication so people can feel safe. For example, you do something like Skype, your space is the whole world. You can communicate with people all around the world.
I suppose we also talk more about the safeness of the space and what makes a place feel safe and comfortable. Often it's what and who particularly are in that space. And what makes it, if you would approach a person, what makes you uncomfortable? It's the reaction of that person to you as you approach them. And often it's a prejudice that influences someone's reaction, particularly if it's a negative reaction that makes someone feel uncomfortable. So how do we deal with prejudice? Really difficult question.
And the metaphor that came to mind for someone is, how did you guys being told? Really difficult. So how do we therefore evoke compassion in people who don't understand other people? And so we then thought, okay, being so religious today, all right, you get it or you don't. You like it or you don't, but you understand that some people don't like it, and you understand that some people like it. So if your person hates it, you know people like it. So it's how do you get to that point that you understand that, say, for instance, somebody is hearing voices, and you don't understand why they're hearing those voices, you don't understand that person, but you accept it, and you just accept it.
So, are you saying?
Like you said about earlier, so that's something related. I think it's up to the question of people. I said, where did you make this up? And everyone there said it was very delicious. But what's the name? Just you guys know the book is the one. And one thing is like, you know, how you communicate between people. And you know, public speaking, maybe friends. It's like they don't like you. If you're not a friend from different, like when we live in festivals or from the bush, and you communicate and just make a friendship with them. And it's just, I'm lost, and you help me out. We've got time. A lot of money, it's taking long, you know. And how that's one thing you can take for club, and you're all going together, you come as projects again. How my friends can explore communication, you're really happy.
Thank you.
And
Well,
the one thing is like, whenever somebody says something, let's calm down and kind of stop and respect each other and forgive one another. And love one another as brothers and sisters.
thank you. Thank you. Over here. Can I just say there was an EEC mountain of M&Ms? Oh, I thought you'd eaten them all. Okay. I did actually. You noticed. Right. Who's going to talk?
I think I was getting stuck on natural practicalities and natural environmental studies. So I didn't get pretty beyond that. We were talking about Syria in the back of the lorry, and they had space in the back of the lorry. I was talking about trust.
We toss some words around which would allow us to try and find what was a safe place to begin from. We were trying to find an entry point, I think is what we meant. We use words such
Sorry.
So we talk about feeling valued, companionship, and being able to, and with that, defining the safe space. And what came into that as well was self-control. And we debated that one for quite a while. And how important is that self-control? If we go back to what John said, we had such difficulty with defining a space that we went to the back of the lorry, and just at the depth of what we were discussing, we came to the point of a neutral space which could be somewhere that changes. It would be at different points and different times with different people.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Is that everything from this table? Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Good. We'll go right over here. I think this has run out of battery. Is what's going on. Working. Okay, it's out of battery. So we need to lungs is what we need right now.
So we were talking about safe spaces, and we had an initial kind of, the envelopes. Oh,
Yeah.
We started off with and how can that be then replicated in community? We started to think small and our captive audience of little children, just really sort of breaking down some barriers around well-being, talk about mental health, and immediately when you walk into a primary school and you're talking to children, you are nurturing those values of citizenship, acceptance, just a real kind of equality kind of thinking in small children who are going to be the future for us. And but our group, we felt that we felt that it was really great talking about what that safe space would be, but we also wanted to say, right, on Tuesday, what are we going to be doing differently? And we came up with, some more practical things that we're going to be doing differently. One around, just sort of fact finding around our local schools. Alison came up with this really sort of, brilliant idea. She said, look, look at the gay rights movement. How normalised is that right now? Children, teenagers do not really think of the sort of prejudice and barriers that perhaps older generations would have experienced. And so learning from that journey around how can we kind of make more kind of I don't want to use the word rule, but that's kind of what we were using in our group. Really building on strength, supporting what's already out there, those activities, those blocks that already exist, and looking at how they can build capacity in what they already do to kind of umbrella that well-being element that we're all sort of looking for. So again, that's from those groups, linking those groups up, and just widening out that sort of network. And just sort of underlying all of this, that sort of safe place is home for all of us. We all have an idea on what home is, and that's absolutely no different to anyone else who is hearing voices. And so therein kind of nub out that whole question around how do we create it, because actually it should be a standard set piece. You should move away from asking us a question like you said, you've been asking it to come. Let's move on and do something different on Tuesday.
Brilliant, well done. Thank you very much. Yes, over here, Karen.
Okay, so we'll be quick. So we were asked, our constraint was to look at pictures, use pictures which were legible. So this was a safe space. So then you can see it. It's a really good, like your old secure unit, nice barbed wire around the top, locked. Safe space. Clearly, not what we all think of as a safe space. So we think this is a safe space. So here we've got homeless people, they're jumping around in the sky. They've got their parachutes open, colourful, lots of people together, real sense of unity. That seems to us very much more of a safe space in terms of what we've been talking about. So then we've got something else, what then is our safe space? And so basically, it's a lot of what we've been talking about. Over time, so we were saying that, and we've got this perhaps a community sense of a safe space. And, the first thing is that it isn't in institutions, they're moving away from that. So let's just talk about trust, and that was what came up with trust, respect, and it's about being proud of our solution at the end of the day, feeling kind of ownership. We were saying it's about integration and connection. We had quite a long discussion about the problem of housing, and why housing has become increasingly expensive now in London. People's family communities being broken up, even in the housing associations, they're being sold off, and not actually necessarily people who really have been living there or need to live there. And we were talking about the need then to self-organise, to make the noise to, so this is all part of being safe, is working together, that sense of community. Feeling welcome, and feeling that we're able to contribute. Basically, all the things that we've been talking about in the last couple of days. And I think just mentioning this, that I think we did on this exercise 2 days ago, with usually gives all sorts of services. And actually it doesn't look like that, it looks about, well then let's get together and actually define that and keep everybody, with proper dignity and respect and find a way forward. Yeah, yeah.
We just thought of going in on Wednesday, we just thought about starting off with the bunch of money, about £2,000, to send somebody out, or send a little team out, to find those connectors. There's 7 connectors in 3 different environments. I think I should hand over to Paul next. And then from that, they would do something like this happening in
Just step by one more thing, because we talked about that issue about the Holy Grail is for people in their own flats. And the issue about, the good beautiful the loneliness that with that for you. So it's not being lonely, being free, but being environmentally feel safe as well. So that's why we like to have values. They're together, they're jumping up and playing together, they can play, but they're not stuck in.
Brilliant. Thanks very much. So we've got one more group here, but what I'd just like to, we're going to then move, I don't know how long we've got, but just into a little feedback, but I'm wondering whether to lead off on that feedback. I could just ask Jacqui or Mike just to think about that a little. We've still got one group to hear from, but I think it'd be really interesting to get your responses to what you've heard, and then I'd love to open it up to the floor. Is that all right, Jane? But we have one last. Now here, you're going to have to come and visit at some point, because it's a very delicate piece of work, which is here on the table, and we could all cluster around. But let's just, for the sake of speed, are you going to present?
Yeah. Well, our constraint was Play-Doh, so we had to use Play-Doh. And just in terms of the process, I mean, we all started off doing kind of different things, and then we just started to bring bits together and probably up to really the way that we developed the idea, which is where it's come from. So this is the starting point here, which was from one of our colleagues who's had to leave early, but she's still here in Play-Doh anyway. So she was talking about Maggie's cancer care centres, which are very aspirational. I don't like the word aspirational, but very non-clinical ways of delivering a service, which for people look it up. But it's really this idea of the environment being safe, supportive, kind of non-clinical, and just something where you feel comfortable and you feel human was quite an important consideration. Which brought us onto this idea about kind of really just the basic things that we need, like bed, money, security, a nice environment, people. And then really this kind of moved us on to just the idea about the actual issue itself, which was really, we've got people who are in communities, but it's just the lack of connection. And how do we get those connections made? How do you get allies? How do you form those? Which brings us on to this idea that actually there was all of these sort of recreational things like games, food, just normal everyday things, which are always going to be your inroad, aren't they? If you just do those things with people, that's how you form relationships and so on. And then when you have these relationships, that leads you on to this star represents how someone feels when they're at work. They feel like a star, they're told they're a star. So therefore, you kind of get access to other and new opportunities, which then takes you back to this idea that there is an environment, an ideal environment in your mind. So you actually get a really nice sort of cycle if you can just nail this bit about how do we get this. And I think it's about kind of allies, and it's about kind of using the connections that are all there and using everyday stuff to make those connections. So that's really how we.
Brilliant. Well done. Now, what I'm going to ask our wonderful, where's our wonderful photographer? There he is over there. Is that some of you have got very clear things to photograph on the wall here, like a poem. Some of you have got some notes. And but no, don't worry, at the very least, we want to make sure we've just photographed your notes that you read from. Or don't worry, if it's one page and it's just the 6 key words, that's fine. With you over here, we just want to make sure we've got your flip chart and the 2 images. Okay? Just so that, can I leave that to you?
Yeah, I really apologise. I missed the first bit. I was all done out. Can I quickly just say something quickly?
Yes, of course.
The first one I got a little bit creative with those levels. I was going going to do a lot of outward bound stuff when I was younger, yeah.
Right.
And I know someone who's into this type of stuff at the moment, who's trying to get funding to do stuff. So just on the, like in the hospitals especially, there's not a lot of stuff in the gardens that they have got going in Lambeth. I don't know, so I'm not really great at something. But building like, what they're called, you know, like they, like with the bamboos or whatever, if you do it with willow leaves,
Oh yeah.
like a yurt or something,
Yeah.
it actually will grow again when you do it. Like, and that, I think in a hospital environment or anywhere, that's to help people building it together and sitting down. That could be a good space. But on top of that, very briefly, if I can, doing a lot of stuff around open dialogue at the moment. I don't know if anyone knows. Years ago, what they're doing over here now, shut all the hospitals down. They had a massive explosion of homelessness and mental health patients. They actually got together and built like an old hospital and turned it into like apartments and one-room accommodations or whatever for vulnerable people, all mostly being staffed and run by, going on to what you were saying earlier and you've been talking about, format. So it's creating a whole new industry where you actually, once you've identified them people that you're talking about, that actually want to recover and get there and feel a member of society and stuff, to actually train people up. And then once they're trained, they can train people and, you know, everyone working together, like, not just service users and professionals like them or whatever, but actually come together.
Thank you very much. Quickly, just to give you a pause for thought. So what we've seen as a team, Ashley, Anna and myself, is firstly, huge engagement and commitment. Woody Allen said, 80% of success is turning up. And he's absolutely right. If you don't go into it, you know, it doesn't happen. Lee Evans just said, keep breathing, then you're in with a chance. And I think he's absolutely right as well. So thank you for engaging with this process. If you go into it committed with your whole heart, remarkable little things happen. And I think we've heard a lot of them today. Thank you for pushing through. I know some of you found it challenging, and actually, you broke the rules. Quite right, why not? You know, you said, it's not working for us, can we do something different? Find something different, find the flow, and off you go. And that's the way to work with this stuff. So thank you for your patience and your energy. So that's what we do. Anything else to add, Anna? You saw, or
I just
Ashley?
want to echo that because whenever you think of a big task, things don't feel that voice going, no, don't ask me, don't ask me. And I've been astounded by the variety, diversity, and quality of what we've heard today.
Ashley, anything?
It was just a privilege to be part of the conversation that was so engaged and active and creating something.
Well, that was us. So over to Cormac and Jacqui, a response. Any thoughts? And I'm afraid there's no microphone, so
No.
go for it.
Luckily I'm from Hackney, so. Yeah, to be honest, you put me on the spot slightly because I thought I was just relaxing and then I've got to say something to the room. I mean, a couple of things. I love this yurt idea actually. I really like that. Something we talked about in one of the groups that I sort of sat in with was actually my idea, which was about, you know, in the area where I live, there are areas where people who have mental health problems, you know, who drink, hang out together, and the police try to move them along. And the police came and knocked on my door recently and said, I don't know if the folks that move them along. I said, yeah, I'm with them. Where are they on? And for me, there was a question about you move them on and then what? You move them on and then what? So then I just had this idea, what about if that was like a pop-up safe space? Really, they're designated it as some kind of safe space, but we actually kind of went to them in that space. So that's an idea I have. And just reflecting on some of the feedback from the group, I was interested in this conversation. I would have been interested to be part of this around self-restraint. Because I think one of the things, if we engage with people who don't behave in ways that are kind of socially acceptable, I think that's quite a good thing, personally. I think it opens up lots of possibilities for us. And one of the things it enables us is for us all to not have to be so constrained, I think. So for me, this question of self-restraint is an important question. The flip side, I guess, is about sort of freedom to be more of who we are and less constrained by social conventions. So I think there's a gift in that really, where around you can both kind of play the game, as it were, that could potentially be liberating for all of us. So that's one thing. And the other, I really like this idea of kind of normalising psychosis. Again, within the Hearing Voices movement, we often look at other movements that have been successful, like the calibration and the kind of methods that people in Stonewall and ACT UP and all these different groups use. And we often talk about the need to bring about change at a number of levels. And I really like the idea of kind of normalising these experiences, because they are actually really quite common. Like it's really quite common to do. It's kind of, it's a humanity, really. So,
Briefly, because I think I have a 15-minute slot, so I'm going to try and summarize the 2 days.
Absolutely.
So, headlines, we're not self-reliant, we're other-reliant, comes to mind. And then a lot of people who have connections either directly or indirectly with South Africa. So, Ubuntu comes to mind, which recognizes I can't be myself unless you can be you and we can be together. So there's a really, really strong voice of commitment to this idea of community. And actually, that's the essential piece to pay attention to when we're talking about space. Because space only becomes meaningful when you fill it with community.
Has anyone got any responses themselves, either on the process or what came out of it for them? Anything you'd like to share?
Can I just add something? There was a kind of brilliant ideas that have come up in the session that have been there. But if you do see that we are having a big online discussion at the moment and it is going on. So if you do see anything you've heard today, tweet it or go on to the mymadidea.org and you can post it on there. It's just a case of help of giving people permission to think differently, I think, and to use different language and be great. So,
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I mean, we've done a lot of analysis with the LGBT community, and I think, they haven't actually reached the end point because there is still an important land. These are huge efforts to spend there now. But they are still on a journey. I think maybe they're slightly further down this road with the mental health, but we're still on a journey.
Yeah.
They haven't reached, they haven't reached an end point, they're still going on a journey. Yeah. It's a journey worth aspiring to.
Yes.
But they have made, we have made a lot of progress, but it's really not.
Great.
Yes. I thought it's been so interesting, and I suppose what I'm worried about is that I will go away and think how interesting it was, and then next Tuesday kind of forget about it really. So I just wondered if it was, I don't know, Jane, what you think about having a space maybe in a month's time, because I'm still not clear, although we talk lots around what we might do and differently on Tuesday, but I'm still not very clear what that looks like really, and I just wondered if I'm not that clear.
what we're supposed to be doing, and I've kind of got so involved I've forgotten to do it, is we're supposed to be having like a kind of 48-hour challenge from the moment that Jacqui Dillon, this quiz, for us to continue to think about it. So I suppose my challenge for all of you guys is that, and it's happened so much with events, we do this stuff, and as you say, we go away and we just forget about it. I think it's really important that we don't do that, and even if it's kind of when you're in your bath or when you're in the shower or, when you're dropping off to sleep, just continue to think about this stuff for as long as you can. And then I think you're right, we've got this website which is
imadidea.org, really simple, where all of these conversations will continue. And then I think maybe we should collectively think about how we can bring these learning back together. I think particularly influence and impact on the mental health and wellbeing strategy that's being developed for these 8 hours going forward. So I think, yeah.
I wondered if we could, sort of set aside, I don't know, a space in 3 or 4 weeks' time that we could get back together, those that would like to, and actually,
if you're up to that, put your hands up, because I'm happy to organise it. Forum. We do have a monthly forum that goes on, so we've got a space that's already there, so we can take that back. We've got another one on Tuesday, where we can continue the conversation, take those boards. So definitely, so if you keep to our website, which I'll put up on the board before we go, I'll just keep posting stuff up there so we can find the way to connect.
Sorry, can I say again, without giving anyone too much of anything, I've been really obsessed, possessed, whatever you want to, how you want to put it, since the conference in March about opening this or open Ireland. They've been doing it for us, they've been doing a pilot for over a year. And it's been going on and on and on. And I'm not saying this is the answer to everything, obviously the model is not, I believe, relevant totally to a lot of our demographics, but I can't believe that people are not more enthusiastic, fired up about this, especially the trusts, that the main ones like my trust, SLAM, who's supposed to be the leading mental health research in Europe, if not the world, and they don't still really seem to be taking it too seriously. So without going on too much, just like to say, I'll put stuff up on the collaborative or on having another or whatever, and everyone just to look. And it's got to be piloted, it's got to be, as far as I can see, every meeting, conference I've been going to recently, answers all the questions, ticks all the boxes. So that's no brainer to me, so anyway, that's my sense.
Thank you. A couple of other thoughts before I hand over to Cormac to close the day.
I'm sorry, yes.
I just think that when I go away from here, I've just been very aware that all the inspiration that's come from I was still the recognition that there was kind of pattern for change that we get. And I think that's like saying that it's technology together,
Right. So how do you do that?
Well, probably by the committed to the things that we get coming together of doing the city regulation. I mean, that is within the energy. It is the purpose of the collaborative. So I was going to sort of end up quite well. Just say put with them to this format last week. But basically, the whole point of forming the West London collaborative is exactly so that we can collaborate in this way. And we can have great conversations that go across both boroughs and all boroughs and all service providers and all commissioners. And it's just about community. We're people, not service users, so how do we as people start to resolve these issues? That's why we wanted to invite them up here. So I'll leave it at that, but do join the collaborative. We've got a brand new website, you can join, you get your membership. Once you're a member, you can find out all the stuff that's going on, you can put things on, and join in the debate online. So I'll leave it at that. But
and to your point, whatever you need to maintain your energy, that's what you must do. Because without your energy, as you say, it's battle fatigue, it's all this other stuff, and all the reasons rise to the top. But your energy can keep the thing going. We must know, I think I'm talking to another group, you've got to know how to look what your energy is, how you need to look after it, sustain it, nurture it, and then some people get their energy from working alone. Some people, probably you and I and most others, need it from coming together. That's what it is. Great. One last thought.
Yeah, I'd just love to say, I really like the link of the humility, the sense of humility that if we're laughing at ourselves and, we're taking off the fear from other people, we're becoming more approachable, I like that idea. I just wanted to say that those two connections, the humility and having more, and it becomes normal. normalizes, I suppose. That's what I wanted to know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All good? So, floor is yours. I'm sorry, there's no microphone.
One of the things that really strikes me is how often you get to the end of these events and you almost minimize the significance of the friendship that's been created. I think that's the right word, friendship. And in most traditions, we know how to nurture and sustain and endure friendship. It's extraordinarily hard when you're in environments where your paid life and your unpaid life are used together. So there's something, I think, about thinking, how do I make this real in 3 days' time, 3 weeks' time, 3 months' time, in all parts of who I am, and not just in the parts that I'm going to be. And I think thinking about that in any way at all throws my mind sort of right out there, because I begin to wonder, okay, well, where are the places that I can find inspiration? Where are the places that I could look to, or the stories that I could pay attention to, that say something to me about what it is that is within the unique capacity and confidence of citizens and communities to do when it comes to mental health, or indeed to anything which involves creating a culture of community, our way, where friendship is the norm rather than the abnormal, where we can find a way of connecting with each other, not just because we're nice people, but because we're called to friendship. Not in any kind of a faith-based way, but in a humanity-based way. And I think one of the things that really strikes me is we do have stories, but they're stories that do not feature. They have no place in the Murdoch version of reality. They have no place in the institutional version of reality, but they have a place in our version of reality, our way. So I'm thinking, for example, of the folks who set out from Kent in the UK hundreds of years ago and found themselves landing on the Mayflower and other such modes of transport, landing on the coast of Massachusetts. And how several hundred of them occupied Martha's Vineyard. And for 200 years on Martha's Vineyard, everybody, regardless of whether they could hear or not, spoke sign language. Because that community of people who left Kent had a significant number of people who couldn't hear, who were deaf. So significant was the number relative to the rest of the population that it made sense for the whole island to learn how to speak sign language as well as if they could speak the spoken word. In other words, an entire island became bilingual, or you might say inclusive. They had a way. They figured out a way to include everybody in accordance with their gifts. They became deaf-blind. And when you look at what they did, they effectively jumped over disability. They made a living experiment out of being a people who could include everybody. And if you look at the results of people's lives from that 200-year period who were deaf, what you find is that they had the same experiences pretty much as hearing people had when it came to getting married, levels of educational attainment, employment, enterprise, being elected to public office. Pretty much, if you want to use that god-awful word normal, they had a normal life. And then if you compare the experience of people who were labeled as deaf on the mainland of the USA, what you discover, despite all of the services that they received, which turned out to be better, was they didn't. So somehow, people like us, not that far up the road, just a few hundred years ago, who didn't have the same kind of resources and infrastructure, figured out a way
to connect people. And I think that's worth paying attention to because they're not the only people. People just like us and people just like them have actually been figuring out a way of building communities with a welcome for the stranger at the edge, and also a welcome for the labeled person who's in our community. And I think that's the essence of what we're talking about. I think what makes that hard is not that we're incompetent as residents or as citizens or as ordinary folk. What makes that hard is that we are actually working with a mythology around mental health. I think the mythology is that we can cure it. And because we believe we can cure it, medicalize it, in some way use an allopathic approach to brokenness, we think about it within the professional idiom and also within the sickness idiom. It's a problem to be solved. It's an illness to be cured. It's a sickness to be fixed. We don't have a national healthcare system. We have a national sickness system. We're not interested in health. We're interested in sickness. We're not interested in mental health. We're interested in mental sickness. Because that's what brings the money in, that's what sells the pills, and that's what creates employment. But today and yesterday, we had a completely different conversation. We had a healthy conversation. We had a revolutionary conversation. A conversation that said, yes, we need the system for some things, but actually, our way is a healthful way. We are a health-producing people, and we have many of the capacities that we need right where we live our lives. If we could just find a way of identifying, connecting, and bringing them into relationship with each other so that people can have a life of their own choosing. Woody Allen was quoted there a little while ago. Woody Allen, in the earlier part of his career, when he used to do stand-up comedy before he became really well known, used to end all his gigs by taking off a watch that he wore and he'd say, "This is a family heirloom. My uncle sold me this on his deathbed. I got a really good deal." And even in New York, people laughed. And I think the reason that they laughed is because we know the difference between the marketplace and our place. Now, what we've been talking about for the last 2 days is how we can get in proportionality the system so it's working in service of us, not pretending to be the great cure, the great fixer, the great sickness reliever, right? A system that's prepared to fail at being God, right? Because a system that thinks it can heal the human condition is sicker than any of the sick people it's trying to heal. And it is pathological. And we're also trying to recover again the space that says we can create a culture of community that is health-producing, that creates and sustains a healthful village where every child and every adult can create and can exchange their gifts. And that's really important because in a consumer society, that's not the dominant narrative. So I think we really need to reaffirm our conversation and think about, even though it's a very small conversation in the scheme of things, it's actually truly revolutionary. And it's not the standard kind of revolution where we try to take the triangle, which is dominated and controlled by the rich, and turn it on its head so that the poor can actually take over our systems and our institutions. I guarantee you, even with the best, and even with the most capacity-built poor people, if you put them in a system, in an institution, they will be as bad as the people who came before. The problem isn't the rich or the poor. The problem is that we think so much about change in terms of institutions and systems. What we need to create is a revolution of the heart, not a revolution of the institution. The institution has reached the limits of its capacity. What we need to go back to is the community way. And the community way is actually our way. It's within our hands. We don't need to wait until austerity passes to actually create a village where every child belongs. So that's certainly my call to action over these last 2 days. It's been heartening
to share that because I don't think it's just mine. I think there's a lot of people in the room who live in neighborhoods and also who work in jobs who want to actually contribute to creating places of welcome. And so that's really heartening. The other thing that struck me is a lot of what we talked about is political. And I've been saying that, I mean political in the non-party political sense. Today in Ireland, my home country, there is a referendum taking place. And I dearly, dearly hope that the people of Ireland will use their franchise, will use their vote. And this is being streamed, and I feel really, really emotional about this. But I really hope that they will grow into the power of that franchise and actually use it to take away the oppression that gay people have lived under in Ireland for decades and centuries, and actually embrace their neighbours, their friends, their children. And in a sense, all of our movements, whether they're movements around disability, or whether they're movements around mental health, or whether they're movements around, the whole piece of actually saying, let's just connect people because they're people. The one thing we all have in common is a genuine urgency, an audacity towards the belief that we've got to create communities that have a place for everyone. If we create communities that don't have a welcome for people who have labels, actually, they don't have a welcome for us either. So the final thought comes by way of a story. And it's a story about a village that was in crisis. So the elders of the village sat down and they were in discussion, in deliberation around the crisis. And they came to conclude, as very wise elders sometimes do, that actually they didn't have the solution to the problem. A lot of strategic progress, a lot of civilization's progress is contingent on our leaders recognizing the limits of their capacity. So they recognized they didn't have the solution. And they decided that they would invite a wise woman from a neighboring village to come and guide them as to what they should do. So after several days of traveling, this wise woman arrived in the village. And she listened to these men telling her what they felt was the problem. And about halfway through their explaining of this, she stopped them and she said, "Gentlemen, with all due respect, can I ask you a question? This problem that you say the village has, is this peculiar to gray-haired men over the age of 65? And they kind of became a bit embarrassed and they said, no, it affects everybody. And she then said, well, for goodness sake, could I please speak to everybody? And so the men started shifting. They started shifting from being leaders as heroes to being leaders as hosts. That's what we've been doing these last 2 days. And they invited everybody in the village to come and to speak with this wise old woman. So they all sat under a cedar tree, including the people that the villagers had tied up to stakes behind the house because they didn't know what to do. Everybody was included. And the woman, who was an outsider, stood in front of these villagers and she said, you look like savvy people to me. You've been around, even the young ones, look like you're world-worn people. You know the ways of the world. So you probably know, because I'm an outsider, that I'm not going to tell you anything you don't already know. And they all kind of laughed, acknowledging what she had said to be true. She said, I think it looks like you agree with me. So can I ask you a question? Given that you know I'm not going to tell you anything you don't already know, do you know what it is I'm going to tell you? And they all looked back at her and said, well, we wouldn't have asked you to come here if we knew what you were going to tell us. And she said, look, if you don't know what you know, I can't help you. And she left. Now the elders were getting kind of panicked. So they sat down that evening, they tried to figure out, what is this wise woman trying to tell us? And what they concluded was that the wise woman was trying to tell them that the villagers, not the leaders, the villagers, were all uneducated, non-capacitated people.
who when asked a question didn't even have the intelligence and the education to answer it properly. So they convened the entire village and they gave out to them. They said, we're going to try and get this woman back one more time. And if she asks you a question the next time, for God's sake, give her the right answer, because we're in trouble here. So the woman came back for a second time, and she stood in front of the entire village, as they said on the secret trade, and she said, you know, I'm not going to tell you anything that you don't already know. So can I ask you a question? Do you know what it is? I'm going to tell you. And of course, they've been warned. So they all said, yes, of course we do. And she said, well, that's just wonderful. And she left because she didn't feel they needed her. Now the elders started to twig what she was doing. She was actually messing with the elders' heads, not the villagers. So that night they sat down into the wee hours of the morning and they hatched a cunning plan, as many of our strategic leaders are wont to do. They didn't have an Excel spreadsheet. And briefed the people as to what they were going to do. And they invited the wise woman back for a third and final time. And true to form, she stood in front of the entire village and she said, well, you know, I'm not going to tell you anything you don't already know. So do you know what it is I'm going to tell you? And one half of the village said yes, exactly at the same time as the other half said no. I thought true her, but she stopped and being wise, she took a deep breath and she said, you know, this is the best of all possible outcomes. Can those who said no, please speak to those who said yes? And she left, and she never came back again. And that, in a sense, is the story of the future for you. You need to stay in conversation. You know this stuff already. You've lived in neighborhoods. You know what a community is capable of. The question is, will you be part of the recovery of a culture of community that co-creates wellness, including mental health, or will you just provide more services? Maybe you'll do both. And either way, I wish you every success in whatever your journey takes you, or wherever you're calling draws you. It's been an honor to be with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. That brings our day pretty much to a close. It shouldn't bring our thinking to a close, though. But do remember that you can create and continue online. And yeah, just thank you for coming. And I think, as Alison says, I think it's really important that we continue this conversation, and it doesn't just end here. There's lots and lots of space we can continue to talk about. So, but the key thing for me to say is that it's not about me just organising this, it's really about you guys organising it, and that's also finding spaces where we can continue this conversation together and organised by all of us. So, with that, I think I'll leave it at that and just say thank you so much for coming.
Can I also just suggest we thank these amazing visualizers down here. We've got yeah, well done.
So we take photos all of this